Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream where we talk about music, culture, and, well, everything else. And this is how we begin our weekends, just listening to a total and complete stranger talking for the next 5 to 6 hours. And here we go. Hello, Gypsy Bird. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Hello, Zakon Mitchell. Privet. Hello, Susan. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Happy Friday, Theo. Hello, happy Friday. Hope you had a wonderful week as well. And good on you for having a good workout. We got 7 people online. Hello, Daniel Barry Sports. Hello, Andres Lopez. Buenos tardes. I'm in need of theology. Well, you come to the right place. Sorry I had to begin my stream a little bit later than usual. I had to do some errands, and so that kind of occupied my day, and I didn't really know whether or not I was going to even be available to do a stream, and eventually I did become available. So I just said, yeah, I'll start the stream, but I'm going to start a little bit later, so that way I can have a little bit of time to just prepare for the stream, look through some articles. Didn't read through most of them, but I did look. I just quickly perused through some of these articles and noticed that they did catch my interest and that they are fitting for the stream. So we'll be looking through a number of articles. I have a whole bunch of articles here slated for the stream, and we're good to go. We are good to go. We got 7 people watching, and we're just gonna begin actually. Hello, Kate Estrada Paz. What are you currently reading? I'm currently reading Armenian Golgotha by Grigoris Balakian, who was a survivor of the Armenian genocide. And it's a very dark book. Very dark book. But I'm getting through it. It's a heavy read. It's not easy to read. I'll be honest with you guys. It really isn't. I'm just gonna begin. And guys, real quick, let me know if the music is too loud or not loud enough, because I don't want the music to be underwhelming nor overwhelming. I just want it to be right down the middle. I have 2 cats in my room right now, so if you hear any cat noises, that's where it's coming from. I don't think the music is too loud. All right, I'm just gonna begin. I got a bunch of articles here. We're gonna talk about the usual stuff. We're gonna talk about some interesting things, things that pertain to geopolitics. So Turkey, Africa, the European Union, what's been happening with the European Union, and how Germany just recently passed a bill okaying tremendous military spending, and this is really the beginning of the revival of German militarism. And then we also have some interesting things coming out of Israel. We have Hamas agreeing to release the last American hostage, which is exactly what the United States has been negotiating for. The Israelis don't like this because it forces them to proceed to the second phase of the ceasefire talks, and this is what they do not want. And then we have some stuff about Syrian refugees in Europe, how they don't really want to leave, which is exactly what I thought was going to be their perspective, their desire, not wanting to leave. And then we're going to be talking about some other geopolitical stuff. And whatever you guys want to talk about, as long as it's not insane or bad faith. So let's begin this stream. 11 people listening. All right. We're just going to talk. We're going to talk about Turkey. We're going to talk about Turkey and how Turkey has been really, really growing its geopolitical presence, really flexing its geopolitical muscles, and also how it has been expanding its military presence in Africa by leaps and bounds. And also, we're going to be talking about how the Europeans want to work closer with Turkey in light of the fact that they want to become more and more militarily independent of American power. Do you ever talk about UAP stuff? What's UAP? Is that Ukrainian stuff? What's that, UAP? Is this alien stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Could you clarify to me what UAP means? What does UAP means? I looked it up here. It has different meanings. So could you explain to me what you're talking about? So let's get on with it. Oh no, I'm not talking about UFOs. No, I'm not talking about aliens. No, I'm not interested in talking about aliens. So we're going to talk about the rise of Turkey. And this is something that's been going on for years, and it continues to grow. And it is only getting bigger. Turkey's geopolitical leverage, Turkey's military might, Turkey's geopolitical importance, Turkey's influence. And we're seeing Turkey saying, hey, we want Ukraine to be in NATO. We're seeing Ukraine saying, we're seeing Turkey talking with Europe about how they want to deepen each other's ties, how they want to deepen their security ties. Because the Europeans are saying we can't trust the Americans, we really can't rely on the Americans, so let's work closer with the Turks. So we're seeing the beginning stages of this Turco-Germanic axis, similar to what the world saw in World War I, when Turkey and Germany were allies against the British and the Russians. So history is rhyming. But in the midst of all this, we are seeing the rise of Turkey. And Turkey is really, really growing geopolitically. It's expanding its presence in Africa tremendously. It's expanding its presence in the Mediterranean, expanding its power, growing its power in the Middle East. So the rise of Turkey, very, very clear. Very clear. And this is something that we've been talking about for many years now. My father warned people about this many, many, many years ago, decades ago, and most people didn't believe him at first. But now people see it. They say, oh, look, Turkey is rising. And now everyone's talking about the rise of Turkey. But my dad was really a pioneer in warning people about the revival of Turkish power. And he foresaw the coming of Turkish power, the revival of Turkish power, just by reading the Bible. It's quite amazing. So it says here, Erdogan tries to leverage Turkey's NATO muscle as U.S. retreats. And this is very, very interesting. Turkey wants closer cooperation with Europe in return for security as the continent looks at ways to reduce reliance on Trump's America. And this article came out yesterday, published by Bloomberg. Very, very interesting. So the Europeans are saying, we can't rely on the Americans. Let's deepen our ties with Turkey. Let's increase our military capacity. Let's invest more in our military industries. You have the Germans investing more in its military industry. You have Rheinmetall stock growing by leaps and bounds. You see Volkswagen going down, and you see Rheinmetall increasing tremendously. Rheinmetall is Germany's biggest defense company, and it's also Europe's biggest munitions company. And so you are seeing Germany gradually becoming more and more of a military economy, a war economy. It is very, very surreal because we are seeing really the rhyming of history. Here we go. So it says here, when Recep Tayyip Erdogan addressed foreign ambassadors at an iftar dinner in Ankara to break the Ramadan fast last week, he was clear about what he wanted, a permanent seat for an Islamic country on the United Nations Security Council and European Union membership for Turkey. The demands are unlikely to be met anytime soon, if at all, but they reflect a renewed swagger for Erdogan as Turkey emerges as a more prominent power broker and NATO linchpin as the U.S. reconfigures its commitment to Europe. And it says here, the Turkish president has expanded the country's military and diplomatic footprint from Africa to the Middle East. And we'll talk more about Africa later. There was an interesting article published recently on Turkey's military presence in Africa and how it just continues to grow. Hell, Turkey, which is a major member of NATO, Turkey wants to build a giant rocket launching site in Africa, and I want to say Somalia. They want to just build a big old freaking rocket launching site, and they want to launch rockets into space from freaking Somalia. No one's talking about this. Very few people are reporting on this. Very few media outlets are reporting on this. But it really goes to show how much Turkey is growing. And so the Germans are saying we can't rely on the Americans for our security. They've been saying this for years. And for years, the Germans, even under Biden, supposedly, the big pro-NATO president, even under Biden, the Germans were talking about this, saying, listen, we really can't just keep continuously relying so much on the Americans. We have to become more and more militarily independent. So now we have this big major Mediterranean power, Turkey, that continues to grow. We see Germany growing as well, but not as much as what Turkey has grown to. But the Germans recognize the power of Turkey, and the Germans are saying, okay, let's work together. It's almost like they're bringing back the band. Let's bring the band back together. Let's go back to the glory days of the Kaiser and Otto von Bismarck making ties with the Ottomans. That's what this reminds me of. It just totally invokes images from history. World War I, the Ottoman Empire, and Germany were allies against the Russians. And so we see the Turks and the Europeans talking about what? Deepening security ties. So it says here, now he wants closer defense and economic cooperation with the EU in return for security as the continent looks at ways to reduce reliance on Washington. That could include Turkish troops joining a future Ukraine peacekeeping mission, according to people familiar with the matter. And Turkey is very interested in Ukraine. For one thing, if you look at a map, you'll see what? Let's look at a map, everyone. Why is Ukraine geopolitically so important to Turkey? Where's the calming background music? It's not loud enough? Let me increase the volume a little bit for you. And guys, let me know if this is too loud. But I'm certain that's loud enough. I remember when Mugabe wanted an African country to be a permanent member of the UNSC. Yeah, well, this is not Africa. Yeah, we're not talking about Africa. African countries, yeah, they're not really, I mean, as far, with the exception of their resources, African countries are geopolitically, as far as their governments go, they're geopolitically not significant. Let's look at a map here. Turkey, Black Sea map. Why is Ukraine so important for Turkey? Let's look at a map. Let's look at a map. Here we go, guys. Map time. Here's Turkey. And here's Ukraine. Let me know if my mouse is pointing correctly, because sometimes it acts weird. Here's Ukraine. Here's Turkey. Russia over here. So Russia and Turkey are enemies. Ukraine and Russia are enemies. So they want to join forces with the Ukrainians to fight the Russians. Also, keep in mind who lives in Crimea. Here's Crimea, where Yalta is, Sevastopol, right? That's Crimea. Crimea is inhabited by who? Turks. Crimean Turks, Tatars. And Erdogan says, oh, we're related. He did this years ago. He went out, he visited the Tatars of Crimea, and he said, we're related, guys, and we're going to work together. So the Turks want to use those Turkic peoples, or they're going to try to use, or they're going to at least, they want to use those Turkic people, this Turkic people, as a proxy against the Russians. And so they're right across the Black Sea. Turkey and Russia are in competition over who controls the Black Sea. So of course the Turks are going to be interested in what happens in Ukraine. This is geopolitically very obvious. So Turkey can get into Ukraine. They can ally together against the Russians. They can use the Turks in Crimea as proxies. That's if the Turks want to be used as a proxy. The Tatars that's if the Tatars want to be used as a proxy. And there you have it. It's very clear. Good evening. Why Ukraine is important to Turkey is the Crimean Peninsula. That's correct. Crimea. That's right. That's what I just said. You do the best with maps if any YouTuber I watch because you care about us being able to actually read. Yeah, I appreciate that. I really do try. So Turkey and Russia, historically, enemies. They don't like each other. They're competing over the Black Sea. Ukraine and Russia don't like each other. So what is Turkey going to do? Right? What does a powerful country do? What does a regional power do in such a situation? Well, you become allied with the enemy of your enemy. So work with the Ukrainians, and then Turkey could use this as an opportunity if Turkey is going to be allowed to do this, but Turkey could use this as an opportunity to put its troops in Ukraine, expand itself militarily, and go against the Russians in this way. In this manner. So let's go back to the article here. So it says here, let's see here, Turkish, blah, 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 etc., etc. So it says here, the Turkish presence, etc., etc. That could include Turkish troops joining a future Ukraine peacekeeping mission, according to people familiar with the matter. Independent policymaking under Erdogan is paying off as it showcases the value of a strategic NATO ally where the West is having trouble, said Hasan Yükselen, founder of the Fusion Force Strategy, etc., etc. Turkey had a critical role in containing the Soviet Union during the Cold War. This is very true. And it's emerging as a country that can help end conflicts and stabilize the region. Yeah, that's the reputation that Turkey wants to have. But at the same time, Turkey uses destabilization as a opportunity to expand its military presence. We've seen this in Syria. We're still seeing this in Syria. And Turkey is going to continue to expand militarily into Syria. The new rebel government of Syria under HTS has already pretty much agreed to allow Turkey, it's going to happen anyway, but they recently made an agreement with Turkey to allow the Turks to construct military bases, specifically air bases in Syria. But it says here, and this article makes an important point. It says Turkey had a critical role in containing the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So during the Cold War, that is when the United States armed the hell out of Turkey and made sure that Turkey would be the second most armed country in NATO. When did Turkey start becoming the second most armed country in NATO? Answer, during the Cold War. Why? Very obvious. Very obvious why. Because the United States wanted to use Turkey as a weapon against the Russians, against the Soviets. And Turkey is right next to Russia. They are smack. Let's look back at the map here. They are smack next to Russia. And Turkey geopolitically is in a very important position. It's right in between the Black Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, and also the Aegean Sea. So that means, as I've said many times, Turkey controls the access way from the Black Sea into the Aegean, into the Mediterranean Sea. Russia wants that access. NATO wants to make sure that Turkey has control of that access way so as to restrict the expansion of Russia and not allow the Russians to have free access into the Mediterranean. And if Russia has that free access into the Mediterranean, Russia could then roam very, very well. Russia could thrive in the Mediterranean as a naval power in the Mediterranean. So with that said, Turkey becomes geostrategically very pertinent for NATO. And that is why the United States does not want to lose Turkey as an ally. This is the reason why Turkey is so geostrategically important. So imagine if Russia had complete control over access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. You would see a much, much bigger Russian presence in the Mediterranean. You would also see a massive presence of Russia on the Black Sea. And this is the reason why Russia almost took over Turkey during or before the Crimean War. Russia had a war with Turkey. In fact, Russia has had numerous wars with Turkey. But there was a war in which the Russians were very close to actually taking over Constantinople, which is known as Istanbul today. And the British and the French allied with the Turks, and they defeated the Russians, pushed the Russians out of Anatolia, and prevented the Russians from taking over Turkey. But why were the Russians interested in taking over Turkey in the first place? Well, the Russians would say, well, it's because we were there to protect Christians, and I'm not denying that. But there was also geostrategic value in this. Imagine if Russia controlled all of Turkey. It would have complete control over access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. And that's huge. Mediterranean is one of the most important bodies of water on Earth, one of the most important maritime territories in the world. So the Americans want to make sure that Russia stays weak, and therefore, that is why it wants Turkey to be an ally of the United States, to use the Turks against the Russians. It's not very complicated. It really isn't. All these little proxy wars, all these proxy wars are quite pertinent, but they're not very difficult to understand. When Turkey cuts off the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, will Iran come to the aid of Russia? Will Iran go ahead? I have no idea. You know, I mean, like, these sorts of things are difficult to predict because the Iranians, at the end of the day, are Muslim and they're Shiites, and they hate the Israelis just as much as the Turks do. So I think that the Iranians and the Turks are going to be allies against the Israelis. I mean, they both hate Israel. They both want to destroy Israel. And uniting together against Israel would be a perfect opportunity and a perfect window of opportunity to really strike the Israelis. And the Iranians and the Turks having an alliance, you would have a Turkic-Persian alliance, and it would be double the power. It would be insanely dangerous to the Israelis. I think eventually the Russians are going to save Israel. And why do I say that? Well, if you look at World War II, the Russians liberated a lot of those death camps, and the Russians saved the Jews during World War II. The Russians, the Soviets, saved the Jews, and I think the same thing is going to happen. As I've said many times, history does not repeat exactly, but it sure as hell rhymes. And so I think Israel is just going to become a giant death camp. That's what I believe. I think Israel is going to become one giant Auschwitz. And I don't say that happily. YouTube, don't cancel this live stream, all right? I'm just giving the warning. I'm not saying this is great. I'm just giving the warning. But I think Israel will become a giant concentration camp, and a giant death camp. And that's in the Bible. And if you don't believe in the Bible, you can look at things through the historical lens. You could look at things through the geopolitical plus the historical lens. But it's also in the Bible, the destruction of Israel. And so I think that the Russians will save the Jews just as the Russians saved them from the death camps of the European far right. And yes, I will call them far right. The Nazis were far right. Many years ago, I said that the Nazis were liberal, and there is truth to that. There's definitely overlap ideologically between the Nazis and the leftists, but there was also a lot of overlap between the Nazis and the far right, and ultranationalism mixed with Darwinism, and you got yourself a nice example of a very dangerous and very murderous and destructive far right ideological system. I'm finally early, having espresso. Good on you, my friend. I'm happy to have you on. Enjoy the coffee. We also gave them an autonomy in the Far East, though. Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's the Jewish province of the Russian Federation. Very fascinating, actually. Let's see here. The Cuban Missile Crisis was because of Turkey. That's right. Yeah. Russia will be pissed when the Turkic Union is formed. All Russia's post-USSR lands will abandon Russia. So I think that the Turks are going to try to create a Turkic Union. They already have a Turkic Union, but it's not really super powerful at all. But there is on paper a Turkic Union. It's Turkey, some Central Asian countries, and then Hungary is the secretarial nation of the Turkic Union, which is hilarious. But it really makes you think more about Hungary. Like, can we trust Hungary? You have a lot of people in the United States, like, you know, the whole Tucker Carlson type people, who will sit there and say, "Oh, look, Hungary, they're so based Hungary, Hungary's so awesome. Look, they're refusing to help Ukraine." Yes, that's true. Hungary is refusing to help Ukraine, but I think Hungary, and I could be wrong about this, but I think Hungary has its own interest. I mean, when countries make decisions, you have to understand that countries, for the most part, are very Machiavellian, and they don't do things for the sake of doing good. They will do good only if doing that good serves a particular interest. So, Turkey, back in the 1800s, Russia said, hey, Turkey, stop persecuting Christians in your empire. And Turkey didn't stop, even though Turkey agreed to do reforms, to enact reforms, bettering the lives of its Christian subjects. Turkey didn't stop, and then there was a war. You could say, well, did Russia really care about protecting Christians? I think so. But at the same time, there was a geopolitical end. There was a geopolitical mission, and that was to crush Turkey. That was the reason. Because by crushing Turkey, you have power over the access way from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, which is extremely important for the Russians. You can look to, for example, the Serbian War of Independence, which is really, really fascinating. For 500 years, Serbia was under the control of the Ottoman Empire. 500 years, half a millennium. Imagine that. Under Ottoman control. And the Serbs fought and fought and fought for their independence. And eventually what happened was the Russo-Turkish War of 1877, which ended in 1878. So it was just a year-long conflict. But that year-long conflict proved to be the most significant war for the independence of Serbia, because the Turks defeated weird how my brain glitches like that. The Russians defeated the Serbs, and then there was the Congress of Berlin. And in the Congress of Berlin, Russia was the winner, so Russia called the shots. And Russia said, hey, Serbian independent state. And the Serbs got their independence. Now, did the Russians really care about the lives of Serbs? I'm sure there were Russians who definitely cared about Serbs, right? Like, we're human beings, and at the end of the day, human beings, regardless of our interests, we also have emotions, we also have compassion, and we do care about people, right? The great majority of us do. There are psychopaths out there who don't give a shit about anyone, but the overwhelming majority of human beings care about other people from some extent to another. And so I'm sure there were Russians, who really did care about Serbs. But at the same time, there was a geostrategic goal in carving out Serbia and making it into an independent country. And that goal was to reduce the size of the Ottoman Empire and thus weaken Russia's big enemy in the Mediterranean. So there's always geostrategic reasons. And so why is Hungary interested in not helping Ukraine? Why? Why is Hungary all of a sudden this pro-Russian country? Well, from what I understand, and take this with a grain of salt. I could be completely wrong about this, but I read this article, right? So there's different types of media. I know I'm kind of going off and segueing here, but it all connects, trust me. There are different types of media. You have American media, and you have British media. And British media and American media are almost the same. I mean, they overlap tremendously. But then you have Russian media, and then you have Turkish media, and you have Italian media, and you have German media. And all these different countries, all these different cultures, they have their own vibe. They really do. Like, I've spent many years doing this, and I will spend hours looking at English-speaking media, and then after exhausting myself looking at English-speaking media, I'll say, I wonder what the Germans are saying. So you go to Google Translate, and then you search the very words that you use to search the English media, but you just search it in the German equivalent. So, for example, if I'm searching German military rearmament in English, I'll look through the New York Times, Washington Post, DW, etc. And then I'll look up those very words in the German language, put it through Google, and I'll find a whole bunch of articles that overlap with what the Americans are saying, or with what the British are saying. But then I'll find articles that say different things, or they may give me more information, or they may give me different opinions, right? Different interpretations of the news. Same thing with Turkish media. If I'm looking up, let's say, Turkish news in the English language, you're going to get Haaretz, you're going to get New York Times, you're going to get Washington Post, you're going to get Politico, you're going to get the big mainstream news outlets. But then you look it up in the Turkish language, and you get different perspectives. You have Turkish people talking about the revival of the Ottoman Empire, neo-Ottomanism. You have Turks talking about taking control of, taking back what belongs to Turkey and all this stuff. Same thing with the Greek media, right? You look up Greece in the news. You'll get the typical stuff, right? Greece is buying more American weaponry. Greece is buying more American fighter jets. Greece is really worried about Turkey, et cetera, et cetera. But then you look up Greek media and you'll get a whole bunch of other stuff, right? And they'll talk about Russia is right, or Turkey is rising up. Turkey is a threat. This is really serious for Greece. This is really big, really problematic for Greece. Different interpretations of the media. And years ago, about 3 years ago, I looked into Polish media. This is when I started. I would say around the year 2018 or so, I started looking. 2019. Let's just put it that way. 2019. I started looking into Polish media. Maybe 2020. All right, I'm being autistic about it, but years ago I started looking into Polish media, and Polish media is different from the rest of the medias because it's very unique. It's looking at the news with a Polish perspective. And the Polish perspective is what? Critical of Russia. But the Polish perspective is also unique in the sense that it is critical of Russia, but it's also super critical of Ukraine. This is why I find Polish media really interesting to look at. And for fun. I do this for fun sometimes. I'm not joking. I'll do this for fun. Sit there with a nice cup of hot tea in the evening, and I'm going to look at Polish media. It's really fun because they just have such a unique perspective. You look at NATO-dominated media, and it's Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad, Ukraine's the victim, Russia bad. That's the American, that's really the British Anglosphere media. And then you look at Polish media, and Polish media is also Russia bad, but it's also Ukraine bad. So it's like, where do we go? Where do we go? Do we side with NATO? Do we side with Ukraine? And so that's why you see Poland spending so much money on its military, because Poland wants to become this big military power in Europe so that it could face the Russians, so that it could face other people as well. And there was an article that came out years ago. It was published by some Polish outlet. And it talked about why Hungary is glazing Russia so much. Why? Why is Viktor Orban just acting like he's so pro-Russia? And this article quoted this Polish lawyer. I forgot this Polish guy's name, but very controversial figure in Poland. Polish lawyer, been sued 1 million times, this guy. And I don't think he ever lost a single lawsuit, which is interesting. Polish guy, Polish lawyer, and he talked about, in this article, he talked about why the Hungarians are so interested in pleasing the Russians. And what the article said was that Hungary has a territorial claim to a chunk of Ukraine. And I'm going to look that up right now because I want to make sure I get the correct name of the territory. Hungary, territory, Ukraine. What's that? What's the area? See, it's so difficult to find. Transcarpathia. So the Hungarians are interested in this part of Ukraine called Transcarpathia, and they claim that Transcarpathia used to belong to them. And so the Hungarians are thinking, well, maybe we can get a chunk. And so what this Polish lawyer said was Hungary's goal has absolutely shit all to do with being nice to the Russians. And it has everything to do with retaking Transcarpathia. And what this article explained was that the Hungarian plan is glaze Russia long enough with the hopes that if Russia fully takes over Ukraine, that Hungary can go to the Russians and say, hey, Russia, we glazed you for years. Can we get a chunk of that? We want Transcarpathia. And maybe you can do to us, or maybe you can do for us what you did for the Serbs back in the 1870s. You gave the Serbs their independent state. You gave them that territory that belongs to them. Transcarpathia belongs to us. And this is what this Polish guy said, that Hungary only gives a damn about retaking Transcarpathia from the Ukrainians. That's what the Hungarian goal is. And you know what? I believe it. Because the more you read history, the more you realize this. Countries are very, very Machiavellian. Yes, they will say, oh, we support this and we love this cause, and they will have this moral cause that they are for, and sometimes they genuinely believe in that cause while still having a geopolitical goal, and at times, probably most of the time, they don't give a shit about that cause and they're just using it as a pretext for a geopolitical goal. Regardless, at the end of the day, it's all just about a geopolitical goal. At the end of the day, it's about a geopolitical goal. It's not entirely about it, but there's always a goal. And the Hungarians have a goal. Countries don't do things from the goodness of their heart. So what's the Hungarian goal? I think that Polish article that I read many years ago, not many, but that I read several years ago, had a point that the Hungarians have a territorial claim to a chunk of Ukraine, the Transcarpathia, and they want it. And who knows, maybe the Hungarians are thinking, hey, Russia, maybe we can do a little deal. We can put some Hungarian troops over there in that area over there. And you know who else has a geopolitical goal in all this? Poland does. 100%. And listen, I used to have a lot of Polish people who used to watch my channel. I pissed off so many Polish people. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can't imagine. I had all these Polish people watching my videos. They thought, oh, wow, this nice Middle Eastern guy in America is interested in our country. And I am interested in Poland. Sincerely, I am. I'm very interested in Poland. Out of all the medias that I look at, I always find the Polish media to be the most entertaining. It's always the most fascinating. That and Israeli media. But I remember years ago I did a video about this, and I pissed off a lot of people, and there were a whole bunch of Polish people who were mad at me. But I think Poland has a geopolitical interest in all this, because hey, what happened after World War I? A whole bunch of Ukraine was given over to the Poles, and I'm not here to say which one is the correct inheritor of that land. That's not what I'm here to do, but I'm just recounting the history. After World War I, Poland got a whole bunch of territory. Now, what happened? Poland fought 3 wars after World War I. It's pretty crazy. I gotta give it to the Poles. Very, very, very impressive. Poland had a war with the Ukrainians. Poland had a war with, who else was it? I think it was the Lithuanians. And let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Polish-Lithuanian war. Oh, I gotta fact check myself real quick. I'm pretty certain that they had a war with Lithuania. Yeah. Yep, I was right. Yep. So they had a war with Ukraine. They had a war with Lithuania. And I'm pretty certain they had a war with the Soviets. And the Poles, I think, won all 3 of them. And they took from the Lithuanians the Vilnius and the Suwałki regions. And they took from the Ukrainians a whole bunch of territory. I think it was Lvov, or it was a big chunk of territory. Polish-Ukrainian War, 1918, 1919. So what territories did they take? They took a whole bunch of stuff. And what that ended up as was a giant... It was a ginormous bundle of tension between the Ukrainians and the Poles. And the Germans came over, they backed the Ukrainians against the Poles, and then the Germans gave them a bunch of guns, and the Ukrainians butchered 100,000 Polish people, at least 100,000 Polish people, really horrific stuff. And I'm talking about the Volyn massacres that happened in the region of Volyn and East Galicia and Lvov, and there was a lot of bloodshed that was going on. But there used to be a big city in Poland called Lvov. And Lvov is not in Poland anymore. And Lvov, if you talk to a Polish person, they will tell you Lvov is the center of Polish cultural history. And it was a big center of Polish culture. And now it's under Ukraine. Why is it under Ukraine? After World War II. There's a lot of borders were changed after World War II. And so Lvov was given over to the Poles. Lvov was given over to Ukraine. And so Poland thinks Poland is right when it says Lvov is Poland. So Poland has an interest in this. And remember what happened not too long ago. Poland said, hey, Zelensky, how about we put some troops into Ukraine? How about we put troops in Western Ukraine to help you guys out? And Zelensky said no. We're not interested. Why did Zelensky say no? I think it's because Zelensky knows. You Poles have a territorial claim to a chunk of Western Ukraine. So I think the Hungarians have an interest. I think the Poles definitely have an interest. And I did a video about this years ago. And I got so many comments from Polish people. This was back in 2018, 19, one of those years. Actually, no, sorry, my mistake. This is after Russia's commencement of its war with Ukraine in 2022. But I did a video about this some years ago, and I said, hey, Poland also has a territorial claim. And man, all the comments from Polish people. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Poland has no interest. I don't believe that for a second. I think that's bullshit. I think that's complete bullshit. I think all these countries have their own geopolitical interests. I think Turkey has its own geopolitical interest in Ukraine. Turkey is interested in Crimea because of all the Tatars that live there, all those Turkic Tatars. In fact, let me just look at a map here of the Ottoman Empire. Map of Ottoman Empire. Yeah. Let's see something here. I want to check something out real quick. I want to see a map of the Ottoman Empire. See this right here? You see this right here, guys? This is why Turkey is interested in Crimea. This is why Turkey is so interested in getting involved in the war in Ukraine. This is why they want to put troops in Ukraine. Here's an answer for you. Map of the Ottoman Empire. What do you notice, guys? What do you notice? Look at Ukraine. Big old fat chunk of Ukraine is under Ottoman control. Look at that. Crimea, all under the Ottomans. So the Turks want to bring back their empire. That's why they want to put troops in Ukraine. They want to retake what they believe belongs to them. 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine and Russia war, anyone? Yeah, there's going to be I don't know. Like I've said, when it comes to these conflicts, be it Palestinian versus Israeli, be it Slav versus Slav, Russia versus Ukraine, doesn't matter what happens. 30-day ceasefire, peace deal, ceasefire, there's going to be an armistice, however you say the word, there will be blood. And this shit's going to resume, so I don't really focus too much on ceasefire deals. I mean, I do focus on them, don't get me wrong, because things can happen during a ceasefire, and all sorts of geopolitical happenings can occur during a ceasefire, don't get me wrong. But that's my thoughts. So if they have a successful 30-day ceasefire, that's great, and I hope they do have peace. But there will be blood. There will be blood. That's my opinion on that. Poland is now Ukraine with the amount of Yuki refugees there. Well, there's about 3 million or so Ukrainians living in Poland, and some of them are Nazis. That's just, I mean, you can see it if you look into it. Some of them are explicit Ukrainian neo-Nazis, and they hate Polish people. But yet they're living there, and there's an area of Poland, there's a city in Poland, I think it's called Przemyśl, and the Ukrainians have a territorial claim on that city, and they want it back. The Ukrainian hard right nationalists, that is. Black Sea, the Ottoman Sea, sweet body fit, and my wine opener just broke. I'm sorry to hear that. The Anglo question is real. It is. Absolutely it is. Hello, Theo. Hello, Goose Hunter. Countries are corporations, my friend. Wait, what did Mitt Romney say? Yeah, they shouldn't be seen as corporations, but unfortunately, we've allowed them to become just giant corporations where we are just slaves to the GDP, and it's evil, absolutely evil. And taxation, the way that they do taxation in the United States, I think is bullshit, and I think it's to a great extent just thievery. I understand taxes are important, but the way that they do taxes in America, I think is just thievery. I think it's bullshit. And you spend all month working to get $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, and a huge chunk of that goes to the government. So I mean, it's just awful. I think America should do a flat tax. I don't think it's gonna happen, but if it does, I'll be very, very happy. Oh my gosh, did Theo just name the Anglo? I did. Do you think Gen Z is moving to a more of a favorable authoritarian rule governance? That is an excellent question, Mr. Yusuf. That is an excellent question. Let's answer Mr. Yusuf's question, because at the end of the day, that's what these streams are about. These streams are not about sitting here just me reading articles. I mean, that's pretty tedious, right? I mean, reading the articles are important, but I have to be doing talking. I have to speak from my mind most of the time. Very important that I speak my mind and answer questions. So, do you think Gen Z is moving to a more of a favorable authoritarian rule governance? That is an excellent question. Yes, I do. And I will add to that. I think that Gen Z, and especially Generation Alpha, is moving more and more towards tyranny and despotism. And in some cases, in some cases, they're moving into left-wing despotism. And this is with the whole Hassan type YouTube movement, that school of thought, which is just freaking insane. It's awful. It really is. I mean, they support Hamas, they support terrorists. It's just sick. It really is sickening. We'll talk more about Hamas later. There was an interesting article that came out about them. And then you have people who are younger than millennials. You have Gen Zers you have Gen Zers who are moving more and more towards far-right Hitlerian ways of thinking. You have these Gen Zers who are getting into, they're getting deep into the Twitter spaces. They're getting into this sympathy for Adolf Hitler. And it's interesting to see this phenomenon because, you see, when I was growing up, and I hate saying that because I sound like some bitter-ass boomer, but it's true. When I was growing up, we were raised on, World War II documentaries, Saving Private Ryan, supporting Israel, right? That's how we were raised. And when I watched Saving Private Ryan back in 1998, I believe, I saw it when it first came out in theater. I was 8 years old at the time, so very young. But World War II was still very fresh in people's memories. Very fresh. And a lot of World War II veterans at that time were alive. There were a lot of World War II vets in the 1990s. And I think a lot of those World War II vets, they had to have been in their 70s by that time. So, but they were still around. And you watched History Channel, they always had a whole slate of World War II vets that they were talking to. Nowadays, World War II vets are an endangered species. And it's sad to say, but it's the truth. So, with that reality, what we have to understand is that the Gen Zers are, generationally speaking, very, very far apart from World War II, much farther than the millennial generation, and even farther away than the Gen X generation, and much, much farther than the Boomer generation from the World War II era. So they're much more disconnected from it. They're very disconnected from the 9/11 era. A lot of them weren't even born when 9/11 happened. So 9/11 to them is sort of like Pearl Harbor for us. They just don't really care that much. And with that said, because there's such a disconnect, that makes it much easier for that generation to be susceptible to very, very insidious ideologies that 30 years ago would have been seen as absolutely abhorrent by most people. And 30 years ago, the idea of so many people becoming more and more sympathetic towards Hitler would have been unheard of. Like, absolutely unheard of. I remember many years ago when I was in high school, or not high school. Yeah, maybe when I was in high school or just not too long after I was done with high school, there was a historian by the name of, what was his name? David, he was a Holocaust denier. David Irving. So I remember back in the day, back when I want to say high school, I heard about David Irving, and he was this historian who became this Holocaust denier, and he wrote a whole book on the Holocaust, very, very controversial book. But I remember when he was writing, and he was talking about the Holocaust, and when he was saying things like the Holocaust narrative is false, and he even said more people. What did he say? He said that more people were killed on the back of Kennedy's car than in Auschwitz. And that was a very, very controversial statement. But it was so controversial that this guy was saying these things. And a lot of people hated him. Nowadays, there's a million David Irvings on the internet, especially when you go onto X. And that sort of language that is very much so against the Holocaust narrative, and I don't like using that term because it sounds like I'm denying the Holocaust. I'm not a Holocaust denier, but that hatred against the official history on the Holocaust is growing leaps and bounds, and you can see it thriving amongst mainly Gen Zers, and we're going to see it get even worse, I believe, amongst the alphas, Generation Alphas. So I wrote an article years ago on what to expect with Generation Alpha. And one thing that I read during my research was that Generation Alpha is expected to be very nationalistic. Very nationalistic. And I wrote that, so I wrote the article and I said, hey, here's one thing to expect about Generation Alpha, and that is a resurgence in nationalism. Or a precipitous boom in nationalism. And that article was published, I want to say, in 2017 or 18, one of those years, maybe 2019. Late 2010s, that article was published. And I think that at that time, it was difficult for people to comprehend that. It was difficult for people to comprehend that the generation after the Zs, after the Zoomers, is going to be very nationalistic. Because what is the dominating narrative amongst so many people? It's, well, the young people are weaklings. So the millennials are weaklings. That means the Zoomers are weaklings. And that means that the alphas are going to be the biggest weaklings. They're going to be even bigger weaklings than the Zoomers and the millennials, right? This is how people think. So if you tell people alpha is going to be very nationalistic, most people won't believe you. But I'm telling you, alpha is going to be very nationalistic. Not in every case, obviously not, but generally speaking, it's going to be very nationalistic. Now, I kind of had difficulty believing it when I was writing the article. I did. I said, but I'm going to write it anyway because this is what a particular analyst is saying, and there's something to be said about it, and it's worth looking into. So why not? But there was a little voice in my head saying, could be bullshit. But I don't think it is. Because look at what's happening in Germany. You have this repackaged Nazi party in Germany. I've talked about this party a million times, and some of you guys, I'm sure, are sick of hearing it, but I'm going to keep talking about it. The AfD party, Alternative for Deutschland party, second biggest party in the German government right now, or they're going to be the second biggest party in the German parliament, but definitely the second most popular party in Germany. Very popular, very militaristic, extremely nationalistic, to the point where you have people in the party who praise Hitler, and you have the biggest figurehead in that party, Bjorn Holke, talking about how the Messiah of Germany will come and restore glory to der Reich. And you have in Austria the Austrian Freedom Party, and they are people within the Austrian Freedom Party who want to bring back the Reich. They want to unite the cities of Vienna and Berlin. They want to do an Anschluss, meaning they want Germany and Austria to unite. And this party is now a big fat party in Austria. I want to say it's the number one party in Austria right now. Freedom Party in Austria is either number 2 or number 1 biggest party. Let me just fact check myself real quick. So they have 57 seats in the Austrian parliament. Yep. The Austrian People's Party is number 1. Yeah, they are the biggest party in the Austrian parliament. And they're Nazis. It's a party filled with Nazis. And so these parties are popular amongst who? Young people. I mean, look at the AfD party in Germany. Very, very popular amongst Gen Zers. Why? Because Gen Zers are almost completely disconnected from the reality of World War II. That's one of the reasons why. Plus, and this may sound completely unbelievable, but it's the reality. There's not much emphasis in Germany for young people to remember the Holocaust. There's not a huge emphasis. They do talk about it, don't get me wrong, but there's not a major emphasis on it. They talk about it here and there, but it's not as big, it's not as emphasized as people think it is. And when they do talk about the Holocaust, a lot of young Germans will roll their eyes. And I didn't make this up. This is what I heard when I was in high school. I had a teacher who was she was a German-American woman, and she spoke fluent German. And she lived in Germany for years, and she was a teacher in Germany. She taught, I think, high school in Germany, whatever they call high school over there. I don't know. It's a secondary education. It's okay, high school. All right. And she told us in class, she said, and this was back in 2000, I want to say 2005 or 2006, one of those years. She said, in Germany, the young people roll their eyes when they hear about the Holocaust. I said, really? I couldn't believe it. She said, yeah. She said they're sick and tired of hearing about it. I said, wow. And that was back in the early 2000s. So this is growing. This has been growing. And if you look at the stats in regards to the popularity for the AFD, you'll see that the AFD is the most popular party amongst the Gen Zers, amongst the Zoomer generation, as some call it. And this is only going to grow with the alphas. You're going to see it grow amongst the alphas. Because think about it. I mean, just think about this. Think about it real quick. As a millennial, I know people say that we're not shit, right? The boomers treat us like we ain't shit. But there is something to be said about what the boomers have gone through. Not the boomers, what the millennials have gone through. There is something to be said about what the millennials have gone through. We were teenagers. We were in our early teens when 9/11 happened. How old was I when 9/11 happened? I was 11 years old. All right, 11 years old when 9/11 happened. And when America said, we're going to war, how many Americans supported it? Almost everyone. We all raised our hands up. But they were older Americans who were saying that this war is bullshit. The war in Iraq is bullshit. And they were people saying this is like what they did with Vietnam. The Vietnam War was bullshit, and the boomers learned that because they went through Vietnam. A lot of boomers went to Vietnam and didn't come out. They died. They were forced in the draft. It was ugly. Tens of thousands of Americans were killed in Vietnam. It was horrendous. And so there were older boomers saying, hey, this is like Vietnam. This is bullshit. I remember growing up hearing those types of arguments against the Iraq war. Like, hey, this war is bullshit. War is bullshit. I look back at that time. I look back to those times, and I have to say I was almost like a zombie. 11 years old. I've just seen my fellow Americans being incinerated, burned, crushed in rubble. And the only thing that's going on in my mind is whoever did this needs to die. I mean, that's it, right? That's what we were all thinking. And I remember this was in blue state, California, in the Bay Area. We had young kids. I mean, we were all very young. Liberal kids saying, blow them up. And I heard about Vietnam. Later on, I heard, Vietnam, blah, blah, blah. And I was still saying, no, we have to have the war on terror. We have to have the war on terror. And then as I grew older, I realized, wow, this war is bullshit. But why couldn't I figure that out when I was 11 or 12? Because at that age, you're basically retarded. I mean, you're kind of retarded. You're easily manipulated. Your brain is like a ginormous sponge. It can absorb anything. It absorbs whatever people put into it. And you see a building blowing up and the plane hits the building. Oh my God. And then the government comes along and says, this is what we're going to do. And we all support it. It's very easy to convince young people. Super easy. We didn't care about Vietnam. So you have alphas. They weren't alive during Iraq. I mean, maybe they were really, really little, but they weren't really cognizant of it. They weren't aware of it. So let's say something happens in Europe and all hell breaks loose and they say, hey, we have to go to war with Russia. Germany's got to rise up. We got to go to war. Nationalism's got to come back. Now, you tell some old Germans that. They're going to say, we've been through this before. World War II. Let's not do this again. But you tell a German who's in his teens or who's in his 20s, we got to do something. You're going to have a lot more recruits. A lot more recruits. The older generation is connected to the past. The younger generation is looking forward to the future. They don't give a shit so much about the past. Their past is watching soccer. So because they're so idealistic and because they're so shocked by all the things that they hear, they're very easily convinced to follow things like militarism and ultranationalism because they're looking for a hero. They're looking for a hero. And I remember when I was 11 years old watching television and seeing George Bush reading out of the Bible, and I thought, wow, this is inspiring. Now I look back and I say that shit was cringe. It was bullshit. And so a lot of old Germans, you can watch videos of them talking about Hitler in World War II, and they will say that they were completely fooled, and they were, and they fell for it, and they believed it, and this and that. And they'll say we can't fall for this stuff again. Let's not fall for this again. And you see it. You see Nazism coming back. You see militarism coming back, and there's a whole lot of young people whose brains are ready to be filled up, whose brains are ready to be washed. And I'm referring to brainwashing. So to answer your question, Yusuf, yes, I do believe that the younger people are, by younger, I'm talking about Zoomers and Alphas. Millennials are no longer young. We don't have the privilege of calling ourselves young anymore. We're now old. But Zoomers and Alphas are heading towards more. They're more and more heading towards authoritarian ideology, and I hate to say it, but it's the truth. You know, Zoomers with their eraser head haircuts, and you're going to have the Alphas, and I think the Alphas are going to be worse. I'll try to read your guys' comments here. Hold on. Hold on one second. Is the internet working, guys? Am I online? Gen X will live forever. Absolutely. I think Gen X is probably the most sane generation. They're right in between the millennials and the boomers. And so they got some of the wisdom from the boomers, but they were still more connected to the older generation so that they didn't really drift away into the insanity that we've seen with the millennials. Ukraine's not getting that back. Crimea River. Oh boy. Yep. We need Sam Hyde to finally address and finish Hassan Piker question. I think Hassan Piker is evil. I do. The guy is wicked. And the stuff that he says is insane. I mean, the guy will support Hamas. He'll support the Houthis. I mean, this guy's just sick. The guy's just sick. The future is brighter with the younger generation coming to power. No, it's not. I'm sorry to say this, but no, it's not. And also the horrors that the older generation created on Earth is finally coming to an end with that generation dying out. You're wrong. You're just absolutely wrong. I'm sorry to say this, but you're just wrong. The future is not brighter, and here's the problem. And as I'll say this, I've said this already, but I'll say it again. The younger generation, the Zoomers and the Alphas, are almost completely disconnected from history. So, for example, if you told an old ass Palestinian dude, right? Let's go to the Middle East. If you told an old Palestinian, hey, do you want the Ottoman Empire to come back? They're going to say no. They don't want the Ottoman Empire to come back. Why don't you want the Ottoman Empire to come back? Because the Ottomans brought nothing but starvation and deforestation, and they forced people into a draft to fight in World War I, from which most people did not make it. As I've said in a prior video, my great-grandfather was forced into the ranks of the Ottoman military during World War I to fight the British, and he deserted. He ran away, and because he ran away, I am here. Because if he did not run away, more than likely I would not be here talking to you guys. It's amazing how one action changes the course of history. So, The Ottomans brought starvation. They brought deforestation. They destroyed so much of the forests in the Middle East that it caused desertification. They created deserts, and they were just evil. They were tyrannical. They forced people into a bullshit war to fight the British and the Russians. It's just they're just evil. So you talk to an old Palestinian, they want nothing to do with the Ottomans. You talk to a young Palestinian, you have a much better chance of that young Palestinian telling you that they do want the Turks to come over and they do want to see the Ottomans come back. But what's the difference? The difference is the generation, right? The difference is the proximity to history. That's the difference. The older generation either experienced the Ottoman Empire, that's if they're over 100 years old, or they're old enough to have known someone who experienced the Ottoman Empire. So my grandfather, who passed away years ago, his father went through the Ottoman Empire. And like I've said, my great-grandfather, that's his father. He deserted the Ottoman military during World War I. But my grandfather's father experienced the Ottoman Empire, and he hated it. And so my grandfather hated the Ottoman Empire. Why? Because of what his father told him about the Ottoman Empire. And my father told me about the Ottoman Empire and how messed up it was. But you talk to someone who is very, very disconnected from that history, they're going to say, oh, this is great, this is wonderful. Same thing goes with the West. You say, hey, you talk to let's say an old boomer or someone who's even older than that, and you say, hey, looks like Nazism might come back. They're going to say, oh, that's not good, right? More than likely, they're going to say that's not good. Why? Because they have more of a proximity to that history. You talk to a German who's 20 years old or 19 years old or even younger, and you tell them, hey, looks like Nazism's coming back, they're going to say, where do I sign? Not all of them, but you're going to have a better chance of finding someone who would say that. Where do I sign? Because they go to X, they go to Twitter, and they're reading all the stuff. They're reading all the pro-Nazi stuff. They go to TikTok, and they're just inundated with all this pro-Nazi stuff, and they are easily influenced. Turkey is a country that is divided between Islamists and Kemalists, and they're both evil. And so, yes, you can find a lot of young people in Turkey who hate Islamism, but they're still Kemalists. And they love the Young Turks. And look at what happened in World War I. The Young Turks orchestrated the Armenian genocide. So I don't really see... I respect your position, but I don't really see eye to eye with you on this. 50% of primary education should be exercises in humility. I agree, but that's not the case, sadly. Sweet Body Fit, it sounds like... That's surprising about Gen Alpha becoming nationalistic because they grew up on technology, social media. Well, you see, but that's more of a reason to believe that. Because when I go onto X from my phone, it's like pro-Nazi shit everywhere. Right? Nazi, Holocaust didn't happen, Jews are liars, the Jews lied, Israel's lying, So it's everywhere. It's ubiquitous online. It's ubiquitous, and Elon doesn't really put a cap on this stuff, so it's just like a forest fire. It's like a wildfire on dry grass. So also, you have European Nazis who are using X now. They've been using it for years, but they're using X to push their agenda. And now there's no restraints. So now they can say what they want, and they find a lot of young people as recruits. It's much easier for them now. Much easier for them now. I mean, if you were to do an election in Germany, and you said only young people are going to vote, the AfD would become the number one party in Germany. If it was just young people voting, the AfD would be the number one party in Germany. Right now, they're number 2. I mean, at one point in time, they were number 3. At one point in time, they were an obscure, insignificant party. Now they're number 2. You see how the times are changing? It's only getting worse. And I've said this story many times, but I'll say it again. I remember back in 2015, I had dinner with an aspiring Spanish politician. I think his name was Oh, I always forget his last name. Was it Victor? His first name was Victor. Victor. Yeah, Victor Gonzalez. I had dinner with this guy. I did a speech in Spain back in 2015, and he really liked the speech because I talked about the importance of, Catholic tradition and Catholic and Christian identity and all this stuff. And so we had dinner, and he said, I really like your speech, and it was amazing. And we talked for a couple hours, and I said, what do you do? And he said, oh, I run this political party called Vox. And I said, how big are you? And he said, we don't have a single seat in parliament. He says, but you watch. Vox is going to become one of the biggest parties in all of Spain. You watch. And I didn't believe him. I didn't. I thought this guy was just bullshitting me. I thought he was just filled with optimism. But he was right. And now Vox is number 2 or number 3 on the rank of the biggest parties in Spain. It's pretty amazing. It really is how times have changed. And that was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Vox was an insignificant party, and now they are the second or third largest party in España. So it's very surreal, but times are definitely changing. And as I've said, you can't beat the zeitgeist. When the zeitgeist comes, you can't beat the zeitgeist. You just can't. But you say that's surprising. Short Farrell says that's surprising about Generation Alpha becoming more nationalistic. Yeah, it is surprising. I'll be honest with you, but it's I think it's the reality. But it's surprising when you first hear it. But when you look at the internet, when you look at X, when you see what people are posting, it's not really that surprising. And when you look at the voting demographics in Germany for the AfD, it's not surprising at all. So younger people are much more idealistic. They're much more susceptible to idealistic manipulation. So because of that reality, in light of that reality, it's not really that surprising that this is happening. They are coddled, which means they can't learn through suffering, which means that when they are insulted for not knowing things, they will overreact and probably with violent tantrums. I mean, the thing is that they're not so much connected to the history. And not only that, but they're indifferent to the history. And so when you have that indifference to history, that's where the danger lies. There's the road to returning back to the hell of history is paved through indifference to history. When you don't give a shit about history, then you're going to repeat it. Why did you move out of Cali? Because it was a liberal shithole. That's why. California was insane in the early 2000s, and it's far worse than it was back then. But even in those days, in the early 2000s, it was wacky. Really wacky. And almost all the teachers were liberal, and if you weren't liberal, then you were part of the pecking order. I mean, it was kind of a nasty place. I remember there was a story when a Muslim cheered jokingly about 9/11 at his college class. Yeah, there was a number of people doing stuff like that in the early 2000s. Iraq was 2 years after the Rah-Rah. Yeah, but the emotional effects of 9/11 were still very, very high. If you don't believe me, look at the popularity of Toby Keith. And the alphas will pave the way for the betas to be butchers. Wouldn't surprise me. It is for me. Goose Hunter picked up a 6-pack of Schneider. And this Empire stuff is now exemplified in the Make Rome Great Again meme. Yeah. Yeah, anytime you go onto X and you see a guy who has for his profile picture a Greek or Roman statue, you're dealing with a Nazi. I'll just put it that way. Make the Christian Roman Empire great again. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Let's bring back the Christian Roman Empire, everybody. That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. And if you guys do try to bring back the Empire, you're only going to bring Hitler back from the dead. You made a speech. You didn't do a speech. I think Elon is trying to put a cap on some of it with his recent tweet. Anti-Semitic hatred. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how that works. California has a serious homelessness problem. Yeah, there's a very high rate of mental illness there. A lot of those statue profiles are Indians LARPing. That's true. That's true, but they're still Nazis. So let's go back to this article. What do you think of the Greenland and Canada annexation? I think Trump is definitely serious. I don't know if he's going to do it, but I think he's dead serious about wanting that because Greenland is right in between Europe and it's right in between Europe and North America. There's a lot of natural resources there. And the North Pole is something that Russia is very interested in, and so the Americans want to beat the Russians in the North Pole. I'm talking not necessarily in a war, but the Americans are trying to outrival the Russians in the North Pole, and so the Americans want to take Greenland. Serious about Canada as well. I don't know about Canada. The problem with Canada is that it is a very liberal country. And so if you make Canada into a 51st state, you're going to have a whole load of blue voters. You're just going to have a ton. Now, the Democrats would love it. I think the Democrats would love it if Canada became a 51st state because you'd have a giant Democrat state. Now, there is one state of Canada that is very conservative. It's called Alberta. And I think that if Alberta could become a 51st state, the Republicans would love that because it would mean a nice Republican state up in the north. America versus Canada reminds me of the Japanese Empire versus Korea. I mean, you might be right in the sense that they're neighbors. But other than that, I don't think there's any similarity because the Koreans were freaking badasses in war against the Japanese. And the Canadians are really just an insignificant country. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. And Canada is an insignificant country. It's just a satellite country of America. It's a part of America without officially being a part of America. And who knows, maybe the Americans will create some sort of a pact with the Canadians that they'll be a part of America, but not really a part of America, like Puerto Rico type of thing. Perhaps that'll happen. I don't know. Well, we have yet to see. Like I've said, the future will always surprise us. And only 35% of them are on the internet. Things are going to get way worse. I think India needs, I'm not going to say it. Never mind. I look at dudes with Greek statue profile. Yeah, they're neckbeards. Yeah, I know. But not all of them are neckbeards. And they still will spread weird Nazi sentiment. Would they state blue once they get the right to own firearms? I think they'll become worse. I think because Canada has enough criminals as it is. And you give them a bunch of guns, and they're just going to become worse. I mean, plain and simple. Plain and simple. I think Canada is not as great as people think it is. I think that Canada is a nation that's filled with snobs who hate America for no reason. They do. They hate America literally for no reason. No reason. You go to Canada from America, they hate you. They automatically hate you. I went to Canada in 2014. I go to Canada, right? So I get my plane ticket. I'm like, okay. So I fly from Texas all the way to, I want to say, Illinois. And then from there, I go to Canada. Land in Canada. You know you're in Canada when you start hearing French being spoken from the loudspeaker. Like, oh, hey, welcome to Canada, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you get all your paperwork ready. And then, in the same breath, bonjour, je suis la. You know, you're in fucking Canada. We're in Quebec. The Quebec, and there's no one speaking French on the freaking plane. Maybe there were a couple people, okay, but whatever. All of a sudden, you're in France. So you get off the plane, and then they say, all right, you take this path if you're Canadian. You take this path if you're not Canadian. All right, understandable. So you take the path because I'm not Canadian, whatever. You take the path down, and then all of a sudden you see these little security tables, and you got to go through one of these security tables. So I go through one of these tables, big old glass window. Well, maybe there wasn't a glass window, but I see this Canadian guy. And he's an Asian Canadian guy, but you can tell he was born in Canada. And he, without even looking at me, he goes, bonjour. As soon as I heard that bonjour, he said it with such a crisp, perfect French accent. Bonjour. Bonjour. As soon as I heard the bonjour, I said, I'm dealing with an asshole. So I said, hi. Yeah, I'm coming to visit Canada. I'm here to visit Canada. And he said, why are you visiting Canada? I said, I'm visiting a friend. And he said, how did you meet this friend? I said, oh, online. And he said, you met the friend online? I said, yeah. And every response coming out of this guy was an insinuation. Everything was just an insinuation that I'm lying. And he says, go down this path. I said, okay. So I go down this path. All of a sudden, I'm at this desk, and there is an Indian or Pakistani Canadian lady with a police uniform, a security uniform on, and she's asking me all these questions. How did you know? How did you buy your ticket? I bought my ticket online. How do I know that you bought your ticket online? I'm like, well, here's my ticket. You can see it. But how do I know for certain that you legitimately bought your ticket online? I said, I went to Expedia.com. And she said, I want to see confirmation that you actually bought your ticket through Expedia, or else you can't come into Canada. I said, okay, well, I got the email confirmation. She says, well, I want to see the email confirmation. I said, well, I need access to a computer. We don't have a computer for you, sir. You got to get your own damn computer. So I have to pull my laptop out. If I didn't have that laptop, I would have been sent back to the U.S. just like that. Got to go back to America. Dude, I'm American. You hear it in my voice. I'm not Mr. Taliban, all right? And you're treating me like I'm a terrorist. And she's like, I want the confirmation, blah, 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 blah. So I pull my laptop out, I access the email. Here's the confirmation. She says, okay, lets me in. But it was just, oh my God, it was just so annoying. I never want to come here again. I never want to come here again. I hate this country. And I went to Canada, and every Canadian I met was a weirdo. Not every, but a lot of them were just weirdos. I met this one Canadian dude, and we got into this big-ass argument about the death penalty. And he's like, I don't think that we should be killing anybody. And I said, oh, okay, what about some guy who's a serial killer who, like, murders 50 women? I believe in spreading the love of Jesus. We need to be spreading the love of Jesus. And I said, so what should they do in prisons? The prisons should be converted into giant missionary centers. We should be missionarying to those people all day, every day, trying to bring them to the gospel. I said, criminals don't care about this stuff. Like, serial killers have to be punished. You can't just put them in a building. Oh, you're going to read the Bible all day. That's your punishment. Oh my God. All the human, this is such a terrible punishment. They have to be punished. There needs to be a punishment for what they've done. And they've done an egregious crime. I believe in the love of Jesus. There's no love in you. You're a scoundrel. I mean, there was just so much of that over there. And then I met this one guy who literally could not come into the U.S. White guy. White Canadian dude. Worked as a trucker. Right. Worked as a trucker. And he says he can't enter the U.S. I said, why? He tells me he used to cross the border illegally into the U.S., break into people's houses, steal their TVs, go back to Canada, and pawn them. He told me he used to do this. Gets arrested in the U.S. one day, gets blacklisted from the U.S. He cannot enter the U.S. ever. It is just crazy. It's just Canada, and if you look at the entire, remember the alt-right thing that was going on back in 2016, 17? Remember there were all these figureheads on the internet, Molyneux and all these people. Molyneux, there was McGinnis, there was that one lady, what's her name? Lauren Southern. A lot of those people are Canadian. Like Molyneux, Jordan Peterson, Southern, McGinnis, Gavin McGinnis, all Canadians. There's so many Canadians who were involved in that stuff. So Canada is a country of crazy people. It's worse than the US. There's a lot of crazy people. So I'm thinking, you can't give these people guns. And if you give them guns, they're going to be nuts. It's going to be crazy. And Canada is already, Canada is too big to be a state of the US. Let's be real here. It's too big to be a state of the US, and it's way too big to be one giant insane asylum. Do you think Trump will cause a depression? I have no clue. I don't know, to be honest with you. The U.S. protectorate of Canada. I can see that happening. I lived for a time in Canada. Yes, they do indeed hate us. They hate Americans for no reason. Nothing. There's no reason why. Americans don't hate Canadians. Canadian comes to the U.S., Americans are, oh, you're from Canada, maple syrup, hey. Canadians hate Americans for no reason. I went to a high school in Mexico, and we had, how many teachers from Canada did we have? We had a couple Canadian teachers, I remember. One of them was an Asian Canadian, and she was okay. She was actually really nice. But we had this one Canadian lady, I remember. She was from, I think, Toronto. She hated Americans. Oh my God, the rivalries. I'd be sitting with her, and she said, you Americans just love killing each other. You just love shooting each other. You love shooting. You just kill each other all the time. All the time. And so I mentioned to her a Canadian serial killer. It's like, yeah, but you guys had this serial killer back. Well, that's just one example. You Americans just shoot each other all the time. Just killing each other. And then I went to Canada, and I'm like, these people can't have guns. I kid you not, I was walking through this neighborhood in Alberta. Quiet neighborhood, peaceful neighborhood, supposedly. Walking at night through this neighborhood. And all of a sudden, I hear this. I'm like, what the hell was that? And the person with me said, that was a shotgun. That was a shotgun blast. Somebody just murdered somebody. So, I don't know. I don't think it's this great place that people think it is. Canada kind of sucks. And maybe I should do a video, Canada sucks. I thought Canadians were supposed to be nice. That's the reputation, but it's not true, by the way. It's just not. How about this fun prediction? England is going to pull a Portugal. Charles flees England. So like the Portuguese king became the emperor of Brazil, Charles is going to become emperor of Canada. Maybe, I don't know. Nothing would surprise me nowadays. I wonder what King Charles thinks about the U.S.-Canada situation. He probably doesn't give a shit. The French nasal twang. Yeah, bonjour. Bonjour. Oh, in Canada? God forbid. I remember, God forbid you go to Quebec. I remember when I was in Canada, every sign was in English and French. Every sign. English, French, English, French. And so I remember asking this lady, I said, when you go to Quebec, do they have the signs in English? She says, hell no. There's no signs in English. You go to like a French area, they want their signs in French. They hate English speakers. So imagine you have a country that has a whole region filled with French people, and they don't want to hear English. They're living like the 100 Years' War is still going on, and they're hearing the English got the longbows aimed at them. They just never can calm down. I mean, the closest thing to that we have in the U.S. is we have parts of Louisiana where people still speak French, but It's a weird dialect of French, and it's basically French with an American accent, like bonjour, how de when parler François, parler Francois. They speak that Louisiana French, but that's the closest thing that we have to that. Yeah, Canada is America, but gayer. Yeah, Trudeau did so much damage. That guy is basically a dictator. I mean, that dude's been in power since 2015. I heard about that dude 10 years ago. And then some months ago, I was doing a live stream, and I said, is that dude still he's still in power? How long is that guy going to be freaking in power? And now I hear that one of his guys is going to be the next prime minister of Canada. It just never ends. That Taliban looked more like Bali band dancer. I know a Canadian like this. Yeah, there a lot of them are like this. I hope one of these days you are going to make a video on why Canada sucks. I think I should do that. Canada sucks. I'm a dual citizen, but I stick to my Jamaican family, so I didn't have to deal with this. JP is Canadian. Hold on. Ververke is Canadian. All this meaning crisis are more. They're all the entire American conservative movement is dominated by Canadians. Dominated by Canadians. Jordan Peterson, just a whole bunch of them are Canadian. And if they're not Canadian, they want to be Canadian. I think Canadians are weird like that. There was a time when they were all just a bunch of Canadians running things. You had, what was it? Rebel Media. That was ran by some Canadian dude. Southern was Canadian. Freaking Faith Goldie. Remember Faith Goldie? Canadian. I think Canadians, they start, I don't know what there's a cultural difference between Americans and Canadians. And I think Canadians are just more into political ideas, or they're more into activism, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure. There is a very thriving Catholic community in Canada, though, I will say. A very thriving pro-life movement in Canada, I will say. Which I have to give them credit for. Canadians have an inferiority complex. They do. Yeah, they do. That's why they're always talking about how they're better than America. Canada does produce a lot of weirdos. Yup. Canada is America's Australia. I don't know. It shares a contiguous border with us. Canada is America's attic, where we store products such as maple syrup. There you go. What do you think about possibility of Latin American states and Mexico becoming a state of the United States? That would be a complete disaster. If you think Canada is bad, Mexico is way worse. Because Mexico, yeah, Canada, you got some assholes who speak French, but in Mexico, they got freaking death camps down there. I did a whole video about this recently. Literal death camps. Death camps. Where they murder people. And they burn the bodies in ovens. And then the criminals get away with it. Death camps. Mexico is a country that is entirely controlled by criminals. It's a criminal enterprise. That's what it is. It's a giant criminal enterprise that is controlled by multiple cartels that are all vying for power. And it's a nation of murderers and thieves. And I'm not saying they're all that way. Obviously not. But the problem is in Mexico, yes, you have the criminals. And yes, you have good people in Mexico, but then you have the general population, and the problem with the general population is that it's quite indifferent to everything, and it's just and so because of that indifference, criminal culture thrives, and so this is the problem. And if Mexico, I mean, Mexico's got over 130 something million people. If Mexico were made into a state of the U.S., that would be a complete fucking disaster. You want to destroy the United States? Make Mexico into a state. You'll destroy the United States. Because then America, well, perhaps it could be done. Let me rethink this a little bit here. Because America could efficiently just get rid of the cartel problem and make Mexico much safer. The problem would then be voting. The problem is that the great majority of people in Mexico vote liberal. You have the Pre-Party and you have the Pan Party. Pre are liberals, Pan is more conservative, and the Pan Party is very unpopular. Pre-Party, very, very popular, overwhelmingly popular, and they've been popular for a very long time. And so you're going to have a bunch of Democrats. There's only one conservative state in Mexico that I know of, and that is the state of, I want to say Chihuahua, and so maybe you can make Chihuahua into a state of the U.S. and you'll be okay. Or is it? No. Is it? I think it's Aguas Calientes. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Abortion. But there's one conservative state in Mexico. Most conservative states of Mexico. Zacatecas. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Mexico is full of liberals, and it's a country ran by liberals. So if you made it a Mexico into a state, you're gonna have a giant fat ass state. Now you could break it down into different states, but then you would still have a bunch of blue states. So not a very good idea. I don't think America intends to make Mexico into a state, and one of the reasons for that, I think, is what I just explained. But I do think that Mexico is really just a part of America's empire. It's like someone said, a protectorate. I went to school in Canada, got made fun of as a Yank, always in schoolyard scraps after that. Teachers automatically blamed me. It's the truth. It really is the truth. They hate Americans for zero reason. But I feel bad for you, man, having to grow up in that state. Wait, so if Canada is America's attic, is Mexico America's basement? There you go. And there's a lot of bodies in that basement. Language is a bigger problem. Yes, that's true. Loved that video, by the way. Oh, the one about Mexico. I'm glad, man. I'm glad you liked it. You know, that video, it was a lot of, I hate to say this, but it was kind of, I don't want to say it was fun to make, but it was, fun is not the right word because it's such a dark topic, but it was interesting how I made that video because I literally just turned on the camera and just recorded it. And that was it. And there was little to no editing. And there was some editing, but there was very little editing made for that video. And from what I see here on YouTube Analytics, the engagement rate for that video is pretty good. And I was very relaxed doing that video. But a very depressing topic nonetheless. I can't believe I've been listening to this guy for an hour and a half and I haven't disagreed with anything. Well, there you go. There you go. Where are you from, by the way, Mr. Jan? Yeah. Where are you from? Let's just say you were satisfied with your work. I was satisfied with the work. That's a good way to put it. And English is not even your first language. You're speaking it better than me. I feel like there is a trend towards more economic integration of the Americans. This is what I think is happening. I think what America is doing, and this is me going into conspiracy land here. I can't fully prove it, but I'm going to give you guys my explanation, my thoughts about what is happening with the American empire. So this music has ended. Let's go back to let's go to the next section. Let's go to the next soundtrack for the stream. Let me know if the music is too loud or not loud enough. So I want to give you guys my thoughts on what I think about the American empire and what's going to happen with the American empire. The American empire is pretty much North America, South America, and NATO. In Asia, it's Japan. It's big old parts, big fat chunks of Asia, especially Japan, South Korea. Right? This is all what I would call the American empire. America controls these countries. NATO is America's empire in Europe. And NATO is extremely unpopular. NATO is extremely unpopular. And tons of Americans hate NATO. They're tired of NATO. They don't want the United States to even be a part of NATO anymore, which means they want NATO to die. Because if America ever decided to, quote unquote, leave NATO, that would literally just mean destroying NATO. Because NATO is America. Without America, there is no NATO. So NATO, the whole idea of NATO is extremely unpopular, very unpopular, which means that, and I've said this before in a prior video, which means that the idea of supporting NATO is very unpopular amongst American voters, which is why Donald Trump won. Donald Trump won the popular vote, which was very surprising for a Republican because Republicans haven't won the popular vote, I think, since Reagan. So The fact that Donald Trump won the popular vote and he is very, very critical of NATO shows that NATO is not popular. And this is going to sound kind of conspiratorial, but I think that the policy of a country or the future plans of a country can be seen in popular media. So if there is a particular media personality that becomes extremely popular, I think that that's because of two reasons. One, that person's opinion is very popular. But secondly, the powers that be want that opinion to be spoken out through mainstream outlets, because they want that opinion to be a popular opinion. They want that opinion to become ubiquitous. And so, what are the popular figureheads in American media when it comes to political commentary? It's not being pro-NATO. It's not. If you are pro-NATO, you're not going to be a super big political commentator. You're not going to be super popular in the political commentary world. It's just not going to happen. Who is really popular? RFK, Jeffrey Sachs, Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith. And what do all these people have in common? They're all super, super critical of NATO. Super critical of NATO. And the fact that these people are so popular, the fact that Tucker Carlson is more popular than he ever has been in his whole career, tells me that the powers that be want that message to be out there. Because believe me, if the American government, if the whole highest echelons of American power were really, really threatened by Tucker Carlson's message, they would find a way to try to suppress it. They would try to find a way to suppress it, but it doesn't happen. Elon Musk is now a part of the US government. He's super critical of NATO. He writes a whole bunch of stuff against NATO on X, and he recently stated that the United States should even leave NATO. And this guy is one of the most popular figureheads, one of the most popular personalities on Earth right now, richest man in the world. And he now owns the #1 platform that people go to read their news. So it's very obvious that something by design is happening. And they want that particular opinion to become super popular. The Carlson mentality, the Musk mentality, the RFK mentality, right? Those personalities are very, very popular, which gives me the hunch. I want to say hunch because I might be wrong, but it gives me the hunch that America is coming to a time when it's going to pull the plug on NATO. Again, I could be wrong. And anytime I make these kind of adventurous predictions, I always put myself at risk of being told that I was full of shit. That's the risk that I take. It's not a huge risk, but it's a risk nonetheless. It's not really good for your reputation to be making predictions that don't happen. But the fact that you see Jeffrey Sachs being super popular, and Jeffrey Sachs has been around for years. That guy's been around since forever. Not forever, but he's been around for a very long time. And the fact that Tucker Carlson now is more popular than he ever has been in his life. You know, that guy was on Fox News, and he had a show on Fox News, and that show became the most popular show on Fox News. Right, I mean, they got rid of Bill O'Reilly, they replaced him with Tucker, and that was back in, I want to say, 2017. And Tucker Carlson, he became the show. He became the face of Fox News. And then all of a sudden they got rid of him because I think Fox News was getting sued by some company, and Tucker Carlson said some controversial things or whatever, but they got rid of him for whatever reason. And they get rid of him, and Tucker Carlson immediately goes to X. Films himself talking about starting a show and all this stuff, puts the video out there talking about how he got fired and all this stuff. Video goes super viral, and he solidifies himself as a personality on X. And that was very easy for him to do because he was already popular. He already had a huge following. And so the fact that I was thinking about this morning, the fact that like no one here has ever heard of Jeffrey Sachs until recently. I'm quite comfortable saying that because I've never seen Jeffrey Sachs ever until recently. RFK, most people had never heard of him until the whole COVID epidemic fiasco. All of a sudden, RFK, super popular. Russia invades Ukraine in 2022. And I really feel, correct me on this if you think I'm wrong, but I really feel like COVID ended when Russia invaded Ukraine. It's like right when Russia invaded Ukraine, all of a sudden, we have a new thing to be outraged about. We have a new thing to be terrified of. COVID is history. And all of a sudden, COVID, no one gave a shit about COVID anymore. Everyone was talking about Ukraine. Ukraine. And RFK starts criticizing Ukraine. Well, really, he starts criticizing NATO. And he talks about, he says, well, what happened with NATO is that NATO kept provoking the Russians, and they kept putting military installations in that country, and Russia told them to stop, and NATO didn't stop. And people think that voice of his is a handicap. I'm like, that voice is a selling point. It doesn't hurt him at all. That voice is a selling point. That voice helps him. People don't realize that. I think people do realize that maybe, but that voice doesn't hurt him. That's a selling point. That voice gives him distinction. It gives him character. And he's a very bright guy, very intelligent. So he struggles to speak, but he has got so much knowledge. It sounds like he's suppressing all that knowledge. He's got so much of it in there. He's got to suppress it from boiling over, but it gives him kind of an aura, that voice of his. But that's beside the point. All of a sudden, RFK, everyone's listening to him. Everyone's listening to his opinion on NATO, and he's heavily critical of NATO. All of a sudden, I see Dave Smith. Dave Smith is everywhere. Critical of NATO and all this stuff. Tucker Carlson, critical of NATO. Candace Owens, I think, falls into that very category as well. All of a sudden, you see all these big anti-NATO people becoming famous. Now, you could say, well, that's the zeitgeist, and you would be correct. But the U.S. government actually is now supporting it. And by supporting it, I'm not saying that the U.S. government is like funneling money into it. Perhaps that is happening, but I don't know if that's true. But you see Trump being heavily critical of NATO. So it's right there in the U.S. government. So what you see in popular media right now is reflecting what is being said by the U.S. government. People say the U.S. government. Trump is the U.S. government. He's the head of the U.S. government. He reflects the U.S. government. So Trump is critical of NATO. The media is super critical of NATO. They both reflect each other. So when I see all these figureheads who most people have never heard of before, all of a sudden becoming more popular than they ever have been, I think America is about to pull the plug on NATO. And I think another sign of that is Donald Trump's fixation on taking Greenland. And it's his fixation on changing the title, the Gulf of Mexico, into the Gulf of America. What's the purpose of that? The purpose of that is very simple. And I've never really researched this stuff. I never sat like, why does Trump want to change it? But it's very obvious why. It's projection. It's about projecting power. This is not the Gulf of Mexico. This is the Gulf of America. Get it right. It's the same reason why you have this fucking ridiculous argument between Greece and former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, Fyrom. Now it's called North Macedonia, by the way. But for a while it was called former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, Fyrom. God forbid you call it Macedonia. The Greeks would hit your head with a bottle of ouzo if they hear you say Macedonia. They don't want you to... No, damn it. It's Fyrom. All right? It ain't no Macedonia. So the Greeks are saying, don't call it Macedonia. Then people over there in Macedonia are saying, no, we're Macedonia. And I'm thinking, why are the Greeks and these Slavic Balkan people arguing over this bullshit? Who cares? Macedonia, North Macedonia, Fyrom. Who gives a shit? And they're arguing over where is Alexander the Great from? Alexander the Great was from North Greece, Because remember Alexander the Great, his father was who, right? It was like Philip of Chalcedon or something like that, or Philip of Macedon. And Alexander the Great was Macedonian. Well, does that mean that Alexander the Great is Slavic Macedonia? Right? Is he Balkan Slavic Macedonia? Kebab eating Macedonia? Or is he Greek, Socrates, Aristotle Macedonia? And the Greeks and the Macedonians, the Phyrumians, whatever you want to call them, they will kill each other. And it was almost, back in like 2019, one of those years, it was like Greece and Fyrum, or whatever it's called. We don't even know what the name of the country is, by the way. It's like, what's the name of this country? Macedonia, Fyrum. But back in the late 2010s, it was like Greece and quote-unquote Macedonia were on the verge of going to freaking war over this issue. And you ask yourself, why? Why? No, I'm not clueless. Ortho says, I'm not clueless. I know why, though. I know why this is such a big issue. Because historically, Macedonia is Thessaloniki, northern Greece. And so for those people who call themselves Macedonians, to call themselves Macedonians means that they are the true Macedonia. It's about projecting power. Because if you say the real Macedonia is this country that's on top of Greece, and it's not Thessaloniki, then all of a sudden you're saying that the Greeks don't really have, you're saying that area, real historical Macedonia, belongs to the Phyrumians and not to the Greeks. And so it escalated, or it translated into essentially a territorial dispute. And correct me on this if I'm wrong, but at the end of the day, it's about projecting power. This is the real Greece. That is not, Macedonians are not Greeks. Macedonia is not Greece. This is Greece. Alexander the Great is not Slavic Macedonian. He was actually Northern Greek. Okay. So it's about projection. And Donald Trump comes along and he says, North Macedonia should belong to Bulgaria. I've heard this before. Okay, fine. My point is, it's about projecting power, right? Well, who cares if it's the Gulf of Mexico versus the Gulf of America? Well, America cares. Because when you say the Gulf of Mexico, you think it's freaking Mexico. That's part of Mexico. Well, there's a part of the Gulf that belongs to Mexico, but there's a part of it that belongs to America. So, but they want to say it's the Gulf of America because America, and really, truly, in their heart of hearts, the powers that be that run the United States see that as America. And you know what? They're freaking right. You know why I say they're right? Because it is America. Mexico is just a colony of the United States. Canada is a colony of the United States. It's part of America's sphere of power. Greenland is not too far off from North America. It's pretty close to Canada. So America is saying that belongs to us. We want that to belong to the United States. Why? Because America wants to establish its own block of power, and they want to disconnect from this transatlantic way of thinking. This is my opinion. So instead of having this big old fat NATO block where they have to watch over Europe, and Europe is going to be this big giant burden, America is saying, we have all this territory, we have all this land, why the hell aren't we using it? And plus we have all these little weak countries around us. We should just make sure that we're going to make it very clear that this belongs to the United States. So Russia has its sphere of power. America's going to have its explicit sphere of power. Notice I say explicit because implicitly America has this giant sphere of power. But we will say in the public that we respect Mexico's autonomy or we respect Canada's autonomy, but we don't. So America wants to start to explicitly say, this belongs to the U.S. Greenland, that belongs to the U.S. And this is about establishing an explicitly American sphere of power, not this transatlantic way of thinking where we talk about the importance of Europe and how Europe is our great ally. No. America wants to say, we have our sphere. This is it. The Gulf of America, Mexico, Canada. You are part of our sphere. You're not autonomous countries. You're under us. And so America wants to send out this message that now it wants to send out this message that we are entering an era in which the world will be broken up into spheres of power. Germany, you're going to have your own sphere of power. That's Europe. Japan, you're going to have your own sphere of power. Northeast Asia. Turkey, you're going to have your own sphere of power. That's the Mediterranean, the Eastern Mediterranean. That's the Middle East, the Near East, the Transcaucasus. Russia, you're going to have your own sphere of power. The Russian Federation, Belarus, Ukraine, that's your sphere. And so the world, I think, is moving away from this fake, this facade of diplomacy where we all pretend that we respect each other's autonomy into a world where the world is broken up into blocks or spheres of power, where the biggest dog calls the shots and dictates what its weak nation, its weak neighbors are going to do, and dictates the policy of its weaker nations out in the open. Because remember, America has for years been doing this facade where they'll say, well, we respect the decisions of this country or the decisions of that country. But really, America will rule a lot of these countries. But I think now America wants to do it out in the open. Okay. So I think what's happening is we're going from a unipolar world into a multipolar world. That's what I'm saying. And America is going to say, listen, we're establishing our own sphere. Greenland, Canada, Mexico, South America, that Afuera guy, Mr. Javier Milei, okay, he's our bitch too. This is our empire. We're making this explicit. This is our empire. Europe, you take care of your own problems. Turkey, you take care of your own problems. And you're seeing it, right? You're seeing all this happening at its inchoate stage. Turkey is expanding in Africa. Turkey's expanding in the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey is making itself very present in the South Caucasus. You see Turkey rising. Russia is making its power very known. It invaded Ukraine. That was, and it wasn't an invasion, it was a special operation. It invaded Ukraine. And that was an expression of power. We will fucking invade you. NATO, you keep fucking with us. You keep doing shit in Ukraine. You keep doing military training operations and with Ukraine. The U.S., stop. We don't care, Russia. Stop. We don't. You know what? There comes a point where we have to stop bluffing. And Russia invaded Ukraine, and fucking 1 million people have been killed over this. And America should have fucking stopped. But no, we got over 1 million dead people because of this. It's just how evil America is. And we don't give a shit. Look, we're talking about money and mineral rights. Like, people are fucking dead. And we're talking about, oh, you gotta buy their titanium, gotta make batteries. People are fucking dead. You can't recover from that. You can't correct that. They're dead. They're never gonna come back. I mean, it's very depressing. And it's like what I say. The last thing that governments care about is human life. But Russia invaded Ukraine, and it's like, okay, we're serious. This it's like that scene from Bad Boys 2. This shit just got real. When Martin Lawrence tells Will Smith, this shit just got real. This shit just got real. Like, this is real. We're gonna friggin' do this. So I think America is saying, listen, Ukraine, you're a losing card. You're a burden on us. We don't want to deal with you. And the only way that you could win this war is if a very powerful country put boots on the ground and backed you up. And we're not willing to do that. So you're a losing card. You're a burden on us. You're a drain on us. So America doesn't want to have a losing card, and Ukraine is the loser, and Zelensky got treated like a loser. He got humiliated in front of the whole world. And that wasn't America saying, oh, we really love Ukraine. That was America saying, piss off, Ukraine. We don't give a shit about you. Now, you're going to say, well, Ukraine wasn't part of NATO. It really doesn't matter. It's not a member of NATO, that's why we don't care. That's bullshit. And the people who make those arguments know it's bullshit. The reason why I say it's bullshit is because the reason why Americans don't give a shit about Ukraine is the same reason why they wouldn't give a shit about Poland or any other country. They're tired of wars. That's it. They have thrown the towel. They don't give a shit about wars. So it's a giant drain on the society. It's a giant drain on the society. And so I think America is thinking, okay, this whole thing has been a giant burden on us. Ukraine is a losing card. There's no point in supporting it because it's just going to lose and drain us of our money and our munitions. So what's the point? And the whole Ukraine thing was, for the most part, a failure, unless you want to consider a whole bunch of dead Russians as a success. But it's really been a failure. So what's the point of keeping this project up? And so what do you see? You see the President of the United States calling NATO into question. You see Doge saying America should leave NATO. You're seeing all this media in America being super anti-NATO. It's like they're priming us for pulling the plug on NATO. That's what I think is happening. I could be wrong. I've been wrong in the past, but that's what I see happening. And that Tucker Carlson way of thinking is dominating. It's dominating. And so I hope I've made myself clear enough on what I think is happening. And I'll try to read your guys' comments. Ted should have a TED Talk where he impersonates people. Hey, I'm glad you like that RFK impersonation, you know? NATO, what happened was they were told, stop fucking with NATO. Stop fucking with Ukraine. They didn't listen. I noticed Tucker interviewed Colonel Davis and Colonel McGregor. I wondered if he will do a... Oh, that's another thing. McGregor is another big media personality that came out. Always, from the get-go, this guy was critical of NATO, and he became super popular. I wonder why. I mean, ask yourself why... This is going to sound kind of weird, but this is what I do. When I see a video going viral, and it makes not a shit bit of sense why it goes viral, then I know that there's someone powerful who's behind it. That's what I believe. Like, for example, I saw a video of Sam Harris, and Sam Harris is just mumbling about bullshit. And the video gets 1 million views in like 9 hours or something like that. I'm thinking, how the fuck does that happen? There's some bullshit behind it, right? I just don't believe that this happens organically. And so when you see just right from the get-go, all of a sudden, oh, Colonel General McGregor. Sure, McGregor says things that resonates with people. That's true. But why is the algorithm, which is ran by YouTube, which is under the control of Google, which is under the control of the government, why is the algorithm helping McGregor? Why is the algorithm helping Tucker Carlson? Why is the algorithm helping all these people? Why is the algorithm helping Dave Smith? If what they're saying is so antithetical to what America wants. Makes me wonder that perhaps what they're saying is the agenda, and that is to leave NATO. And if America, quote unquote, leaves NATO, that would literally be the death of NATO. There will be no more NATO. It'll be like, it would be like if Germany said, we're leaving the EU. There will be no EU. The EU is Germany. I don't give a shit what anyone tells me. Well, it'll be French will take care of it. Yeah, okay. No one gives a shit about the French. I am so... Okay, let me just finish my thought, and then I'll move into that next thought. Because sometimes I will not finish a thought, because my brain will think of something else. If Germany decided to leave the EU, there would be no EU. The EU is Germany. The whole EU was established to help the German banks. The whole thing was established to help German money. And after World War II, the Americans said, we got to make sure that the German currency, the mark, is the most powerful currency in Europe. The EU is Germany. So if Germany said, we're leaving the EU, if Britain leaves the EU, okay, the EU can still stand because it's still got Germany. If Germany says, yeah, we're leaving the EU, what are you going to have? A French-ran European Union? No one's going to give a shit. The whole thing will crash. So if the US leaves NATO, there's no NATO. And then you're going to have 1,000 articles published the next day by the New York Times, Washington Post, Haaretz, Politico, and all the rest of them. and they're going to be saying, the world without NATO, oh boy, what's going to happen? And they're going to say, you know what they're going to say? What's going to happen? Do you know what predictions they're going to give you? They're going to tell you more or less what I've been telling you guys for years. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to say, okay, we're going to see a powerful Germany leading the defense of Europe. We're going to be seeing a rising Japan, and Japan is going to be vying with the Chinese over who's going to dominate Northeast Asia. That's what it's going to be. Turkey is going to become even more powerful now because there's no restraints. Israel will become even more aspirational as a power in the Near East because Israel will have no restraints. Well, actually, Israel's not part of NATO, so it doesn't matter. But without NATO, the whole idea of American empire is going to be greatly diminished. People are going to say, well, we can't rely on the Americans. We got to do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to come down to. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm so tired of hearing about Great Britain. Who here is tired of... Keir Starmer is like... This guy is the most hated prime minister in the history of the UK. Without a doubt. I can't think of anyone more unpopular than Keir Starmer. This guy is so hated. I'm shocked he's still in power. I'm shocked they haven't voted this guy out yet. This guy is so hated, and he every time I see him, he's obnoxious. And every time I see this guy, it's like, we have to do something for Ukraine, mate. We have to do something. It's like, what the fuck is the UK gonna do? I don't know. The UK sent over some, what do they call it? The UK sent over some powerful missiles to Ukraine. They were called Storm Shadows or something like that. And Ukraine got a bunch of them. And Ukraine said, we have Storm Shadow from James Bond, Great Britain. Here, boom. Fired the Storm Shadows. And Russia's like, that's it? Yeah, that's it. And Russia says, say hello to my little friend named Oroshnik. And the Brits are acting like they can take on the Russians. Yeah. Sorry, Great Britain. The 100 years happened a long time ago, and you guys had your glory days when you had the longbow, and you were beating the French in every single battle, but the French eclipsed your guys' longbow when they invented the cannon, and there's no more. I'm sorry, guys. It's all over. Your golden age is over. You know, I know you guys are still harkening back to the glory days when you guys were shooting Zulus with Gatling guns, but it's all over. You're just a little island that everybody despises. We're going to do it. We're going to do... And this Keir Starmer guy, he's harkening back to George Bush. We're going to have a coalition of the willing, damn it. Coalition of the willing, just like George Bush. George Bush did. We had a coalition of the willing, damn it. And it's like... Yeah. It's just whatever. The British elite have a weird superiority complex with Russia deriving from their old days of... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they had a war with the Russians where the British defeated the Russians, actually, in the Crimean War. But, I mean, I don't think the British would beat the Russians in a war. I don't. I think the Russians would kill the British in a war. That's my opinion. This really does seem like 4D chess to trivialize Europe, but does Europe deserve it? I don't know. That's why I wonder why your videos don't get more play. Here's the thing. Going viral is something that everyone on YouTube wants. Believe me, I've had my moments where I've said, oh, I really want to go viral. Here is the thing about going viral. Let's say you go... Wait, what's going on? Sorry, there was a little... Slow down for a second. So let's talk about going viral for 1 second. So, everybody wants to go viral. Right? Everybody wants to go viral. If you go viral one time, and then you go back to your normal viewership, it's pretty much insignificant. It pretty much is. Let's say you have one video and you get, let's say you have all these videos, right? And you're getting 500 views here, 800 views there, 700 views here, you get 900 views, 1,000 views right here and there. And let's say for more or less your viewership fluctuates at that rate. It has that pattern of viewership. And then one day you upload a video and you get 1 billion views. You're going to be so happy. I got 1 billion views. This is it. My YouTube career is here. And then it drops down the next day to your normal viewership. What happened? What happened was you uploaded one video, and by some freak accident, you didn't realize that the topic that you're addressing in that video was a very searched for topic online at that point. And so because it was super searched for on Google and YouTube, the algorithm really helped your video out, and it recommended your video to hundreds of millions of people, and a bunch of people watched it. They thought your video was okay, and then they just forgot about you. Now, would you have a lot of subscribers after that? Yeah, your subscriptions will go up. It'll skyrocket precipitously. Boom, you'll go from 5,000 subscribers to 100,000 subscribers at least, right? If you have a video that goes that viral. But how much of those subscriptions are actual people who are really interested in what you have to say, or they're interested in you as a person? And how many of those subscribers are just fluff? And for the most part, it's really just fluff. If you don't believe me, just look at how many there's so many of them. There's just so many of them. They're not difficult to find. Look at how many YouTube channels there are where you have a channel that has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but the general viewership of the videos is 500 to 1,000 views or 2,000 to 3,000 views. There are so many channels like this. I see them all the time. You have a channel, wow, this channel's got 178,000. For example, and this is no insult to anyone. This is just an observation, not insulting anyone. I don't believe that we should connect our value as a human being to how many subscribers we have, although that is very tempting, and it's very easy to fall into that trap. I don't think we should be doing that, and I don't think that we should determine someone's value by how many subscribers they have. I think that's insane. But this is just purely from an observational point of view. So there is a channel on video games. I think it's called Kane on Games or something like that. And it's a channel that's run by this guy named Timothy Kane. And Timothy Kane, I've seen a couple of his videos. I've seen a few of his videos, and he is a guy who he was a video game developer, and he helped develop a game, a very famous game. Oh, someone is calling me. God damn. Hold on one second, guys. My apologies. So this guy, Timothy Kane, he helped develop a very famous game called, it was Fallout New Vegas. He created the Fallout games. He was one of the main people behind that game. And it's a very, very popular game. The Fallout games. Very, very popular games. And so he did a video about how it was like working in the game industry. And that video got a lot of views. Why? Because a lot of people love Fallout, and so they're interested in what one of the creators of the game has to say. Inevitably, that's how it's going to be. The guy has around 178,000 subscribers. He uploads a video, I want to say about 3 times a week or so. If you look at his viewership, yeah, he has a video about him recounting his experience in the game industry, and that has a lot of views, and that's probably the main reason why he has the number of subscribers that he has. But if you look at his normal view count, he's not getting 178,000 views. He's getting 3,000 views, 5,000 views, 6,000 views, sometimes 12,000 views, depending on the topic. So here's what people need to understand when it comes to YouTube. You have, in your subscription, you have fluff and you have your core audience, right? In your list of subscribers, you have fluff and you have core subscribers, or what they call your core audience. You want to focus not on the fluff. You want to focus on core audience. That's who you want to focus on. So let's say you have 100,000 subscribers. Your core audience is much smaller than your actual subscription number, because most people subscribe to your channel because of one video that you did. More than likely, most of the time this is the case. Most people are going to subscribe to your channel because of one video that you've done. So let's say you have a video, a channel, and you're talking about geopolitics or whatever. And let's say you do a video on, let's say you do videos on the news, right? So one day you're talking about, like my channel. I would say this is the style of my channel. So let's say one day you do a video on Russia, one day you do a video on Finland, one day you do a video on Turkey, one day you do a video on Poland, and boom, you do a video on Poland, which is a country that not a whole lot of people talk about, even though it is a pretty big deal. You do a video on Poland. There's tens of millions of people living in Poland, and there are tens of millions of people in Poland waiting for some American guy to talk about their country in the English language. And all of a sudden, that video doesn't have 500 views like your normal videos do, or 800 views like a lot of the other videos do. All of a sudden, you look at your channel, and your video on Poland has 80,000 views. All of a sudden, you're getting a ton of comments. People are writing you. All of a sudden, your subscription number went from 3,000 to 8,000. What? Oh my God, what's going on? What happened is a whole bunch of views, a whole bunch of Polish people got excited about your video. They watched it, they liked it. And then YouTube said, hey, a lot of people in Poland are searching for whatever it is that this guy is talking about. Let's help this video and let's recommend this video to a whole bunch of people in Poland so that it can get a lot of views and then YouTube can make money out of it. And that's what happens. I know this from experience because back in 2018, I had a channel that was getting small views. I was getting 600, which, I mean, 600 views really isn't that bad, but it's like 600, 500 views, 1,000 views here, 4,000, not 4,000, 400 views, 350 views, 700 views, 500 views. It was going up. It was up and down. It was fluctuating within that, within those numbers, within that range. It was fluctuating. So then one day I see an article about this rift or this argument that's happening between Israel and Poland. And it's over Polish death camps, the term Polish death camps. This happened back in 2018. The Israeli government said Auschwitz is a Polish death camp. And Poland said, wait a second, Israel. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Those death camps were made by the Germans. Those are German death camps. And Israel said, no, they're Polish death camps. And Poland got really mad about this, rightfully so, because millions of Polish people were killed by the Germans. The victims in the Nazi death camps in Poland weren't just Jewish people. It was also Polish people and Jewish people. And also, let's remember that a lot of the Jews who were murdered by the Nazis were actually Polish Jews. So millions upon millions of Polish people were killed by the Nazi regime. And they were a mix of Jewish Poles and non-Jewish Poles. So Polish Jews suffered just like non-Jewish Poles suffered in the camps. And so Poland said, what are you talking about? Plus, to make this even more injurious, the majority of the people who went out of their way to save Jewish people from the Nazis were Polish people. The great majority, if you're looking at individual, I'm not talking about armies, individuals who went out of their way to save the lives of Jews, the majority of them were Poles. And Polish people were killed trying to save Jewish people. And so for Israel to say, oh, they're Polish death camps, and Poland contributed to the Holocaust, for Israel to say that was a stab to the heart of Poland. And a lot of Polish people were mad about that. And understandably so, rightfully so. So I read about this, and I spent a couple hours, I spent maybe like an hour or so reading up on it. I said, I'll do a video, but I turned my camera on. Literally did the whole video in one take and uploaded the video without a single thumbnail, just whatever YouTube provided me. Upload the video. And then at first, the video was getting, tens of views, which was pretty normal. And then all of a sudden, I leave, I go out somewhere, and all of a sudden, I go back on my computer some hours later. All of a sudden, the video's got like 8,000 views. I'm thinking, what? This has never happened before. So it goes from 8,000, 10,000. By the next day, it had 48,000 views, and I'm thinking, wow, what happened? What happened was I did a video on a subject that was getting a ton of attention in Poland, and so the algorithm guided my video into the Polish spaces of YouTube. That's what happened. I got my subscription number went up from, I think it was like 1,000 something subscribers to 3,000 or 4,000 subs in just a couple of days. And all of a sudden, 98% of my audience was Polish. When I did a video on Poland, it got good views because of the fact that a lot of my subscribers were Polish. But again, my channel wasn't made to talk about Polish news. My channel was made to talk about geopolitical occurrences. So when I did a video that had nothing to do with Poland, I would get decent views because they were Polish. There were a lot of my subscribers who were interested in that topic, but I never had a video that would get 48,000 views. It would get 1,000 views, maybe 2,000 views here, maybe 800 views here and there. It did boost up my viewership a little bit, but not by a whole lot. So what I'm trying to tell you is that subscribers are mainly fluff. They're not your core audience. Now, what do I mean by fluff versus core audience? Fluff is people who subscribe to you because of one video that you did. So let's say you do one video on Turkey and a freaking million Turks watch your videos. And all of a sudden you have thousands of people subscribing to you. All those people are going to be from Turkey. And the only reason why they subscribe to your channel is because you said something about Great Turkey. But let's say the next day you do a video about Africa, Chad, Mexico. Those Turkish people are not going to watch your video because that's not why they subscribe to your channel. That's why I say that's fluff. The people who always come to watch your videos, that's your core audience. And you need to focus on those people. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You need to focus on those people because those are the people who are interested in hearing what you have to say. They're not interested in hearing what you have to say about one thing. They're interested in hearing your opinion, generally speaking. And they're almost always going to click on your videos. Those are the people that you want to focus on. Those are the people that you want to grow. And I know that's not a plan to go viral, but for me, that's the best thing. That's just my opinion. I like it when people are watching my videos because they like what I have to say. Not because I said something about this one thing that they're interested in. Yeah. That's my opinion about YouTube. So if you can grow your core audience, guess what? Let's say your core audience, let's say you have 5,000 subscribers. Your core audience is 500 people out of that 5,000. If you focus on growing your core audience could grow from 500 to 1,000. And then from an average of 500 views, you can get an average of 1,000 views. It's about being loyal to the people who are loyal to you. That's my personal opinion. Take from it what you want, but that's my personal opinion. And I don't want to get too deep into it because then it's a whole video on YouTubing, and that kind of sounds cringe. But I will I will look at your guys' comments now. Hold on a second. Divine Soldier in the house. That's part of the lore of this channel, by the way. Every time you see Divine Soldier, I gotta say, Divine Soldier in the house. China's sphere of power is Africa. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't think the Slavs existed during Alexander the Great's reign. I mean, weren't there the Dacian people? Weren't those people Slavs? North Macedonia should belong to Bulgaria. The Mediterraneans and Balkans are the same people by and large to me. Yeah, I think they're similar. I mean, they're definitely related. It's about irredentism and historical revisionism, with many nationalists in North Macedonia literally claiming lands of northern Greece. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We don't disagree. It's about claiming land, right? But at the same time, when North Macedonians are saying Alexander the Great was one of ours, that's essentially saying that we are the people of Alexander the Great and not you Greeks. That's a projection of power. That's just it's ideologically a projection of power. Why is it that way? I can't even fully figure it out, but I know that it is. Yeah, claiming land in northern Greece. That's correct. You're right. So when Macedonians say we're the real Macedonia, what that could mean, and this is what worries the Greeks about this whole thing, is North Macedonia can then say that chunk of Thessaloniki belongs to us because that was part of the original Macedonia. I agree with you. We don't disagree. It has real effects in politics, yeah. Balkan banter is called Balkan banter for a reason. We have all the oil wells in the Gulf. That's why. Every time I hear about Macedonia, I think of macadamia. Absolutely, I completely agree. Greenland for America, not for Russia. Yup, exactly. Ideally, Russia gets the Arctic, China gets the tropics, and USA gets Antarctica. Flawless realpolitik. Yeah, but I don't think the Americans are just going to sit there and allow the Russians to dominate the North Pole. You know, all the elves up there, they got to be conquered too. And the Americans want to take over Santa Claus's workshop, so that's why the Americans want Greenland. We respect the decisions of Ukraine, and then 2014. Exactly, right? So you look at, it's a great example. So you look at 2014, there is this coup that happens, and then America says, we have nothing to do with it. But they obviously did have something to do with it. There's an election. They say that's the Ukrainian people's decision, but we know damn well the Americans influenced the Ukrainian election. So my point is that America wants to start explicitly making declarations. This is our empire. Greenland, your ass belongs to us. Mexico, your ass belongs to us. Canada, your ass belongs to us. That's it. All your asses belong to us. Your maple syrup belongs to us. Your bacon belongs to us. Your freaking avocados belong to us. Your bananas belong to us. And that's always been the rule, but they're making it explicit. And I think that's what Trump is trying to do. So America is saying, listen, NATO, Europe, big ass burden. Big ass burden. Germany, you handle it. America, we're going to embolden our real sphere of power. I think that's what America is doing. Again, I'm not saying I'm correct on everything. I could be wrong on some things or wrong on everything, but that's what I'm seeing. That makes sense, though. Things have been this way for quite a while. Yeah, there's definitely been this projection towards this that's been happening for years. I've been noticing this since 2016. This German aspiration to dominate Europe again. I've been noticing since 2016, and it only gets more and more conspicuous as the years go by. And now we're seeing Germany saying what? We're seeing Germany saying Lithuania's security is Germany's security. What does that mean? That means Lithuania, your ass belongs to us. And when the Dutch, and not a lot of people talked about this. I don't know why this wasn't big news, but the Dutch military is now integrated with the German military. What's that about? That's Germany saying, Holland, your pot-smoking ass belongs to us. That's what that is. And Poland, I know you guys think you're on top of the world right now because you're buying all these weapons, but don't forget who you belong to. And don't forget who invaded you. Don't forget that. I'm telling you, I think that's what's going on behind the curtains. I think stuff like that is being said. Because what happened after World War II? The Poles went to the Germans and they said, hey, could you make an oath that you will never try to invade us again? And Germany didn't want to sign that oath. Germany didn't want to make that oath. It didn't. Does Trump seriously aim to adopt Greenland, or you think he's just goosing the Scandinavian quarters? It's possible. That's all. That's entirely possible. The U.S. has many bases in Greenland. Honestly, if the U.S. gets Greenland, it will help with the paperwork. That's true. That's very true. That's true. I think Greenland is already under the control of the U.S. Oh, it's under the control of the Danish. The Danish. I am a Danish person. This island belongs to me now. And America said, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Putin was first to send condolences on the death of the Queen. Yeah. Zelensky doesn't have the cards. Yep. With the hands. That's right. You don't have the cards. Yo, 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 Stone Will 96. That's why I wonder why your videos don't get more play. That's the thing, though, is I think my YouTube channel is a very niche channel, and I'm actually quite content with the views that I've been getting, I'll be honest with you guys. Here's the problem with going viral, is when you start getting a ton of views, you also attract a lot of negative, attention. And the problem with that is, you're no longer, like right now, we're in this nice little air pocket. This channel is in a little air pocket in this sea of influencers and overly produced and overly edited videos and slop and propaganda. This channel, in the midst of all that insanity, we're in this little air pocket. And if this channel becomes a ginormous channel, and I don't think that'll ever happen, but if it becomes a ginormous channel, or if it becomes a fairly big channel, I think that it'll invite a lot of negativity, and you'll have a lot of Nazis coming here all pissed off. We're already seeing that. We've been seeing this for a number of years now, but we'll see even more of them coming here. And then, of course, we'll get all the weirdos coming in here telling me about the Illuminati or some shit, and I just don't want to deal with that. Like earlier in the chat, some guy wanted to talk about aliens, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about aliens. No. And that's another thing about this channel is I do not like to tolerate stupid topics and stupid questions. If somebody wants to talk about aliens, there's a bazillion places they can talk about aliens. Go to those channels. I'm not here to talk about aliens. I'm not here to talk about why you think that kosher laws should be imposed. I'm not here to talk about why you think polygamy is biblical. I'm not here to talk about what other whack job shit you want to talk about. It's not. I'm here to talk about what I want to talk about. That's it. I am here to talk about what I want to talk about. And if you like what I have to say, then glad to have you on. If you don't like it, I mean, there's a bazillion other channels that you can go to. Russia leaving the USSR. Yeah, exactly. Foxy Ellen makes an interesting, good observation here. So America leaving NATO would be like Russia leaving the USSR, right? If it leaves the USSR, there's no USSR. That's a good observation. This really does seem like 40 chests of trivial. I said I already read that comment. The British elite have a weird inferiority. I already read that. Yeah, European Union, 1,000 points of light. Ironically, Australia, being a prison colony island, is more free than the UK. That's true. That is true. Hawk to a girl. Yeah, I don't like giving those kind of people attention, but I understand your point. Like the stream, guys. Yes, it does help the stream if you like the stream. When you're reaching 5,000 plus, you end up canceled ×4. You know, it is so true. The first channel I had, I ended up getting 5K plus subscribers. Gone. Channel was gone. Then I did a second channel. And on that channel, I ended up getting, I want to say like 6,000 or something subscribers. Gone. And then I did a third channel. And I ended up growing that channel pretty good. I think I was getting at 6,000 or around that number. Gone. So if I start getting sick, that's another thing that you have to remember is YouTube can be, I don't want to say can, YouTube is extremely selective on how it imposes its rules. And the rules, I'm just going to say it, the rules are very arbitrary. And they are arbitrarily imposed. You could have a guy who's super popular on YouTube say very egregious things. Nothing happens to him, right? You could say some racist, a little kind of spicy, not violently racist, but he could say some minor racist things. Nothing happens to him. And I do a video exposing Dennis Prager's pedophile agenda. Video gets taken out, and the video had close to 2,000 views, which means that it was gaining a wider audience, which means that somebody reported the video to YouTube and accused me of spreading hatred, which is what YouTube said that I was doing, which is not what I was doing at all. I was exposing the evil agenda of Rabbi Dennis Prager. Somehow I was spreading hatred. There was no hatred being spread unless you want to consider exposing a pedophile agenda as hatred. I mean, in that sense, I do hate that agenda, absolutely. But I wasn't spreading anti-Semitism or anything like that. But YouTube accused me of spreading racism. There was nothing racist about the video whatsoever, and no matter how many times I tried to reason with the people over on YouTube, they just didn't care. They just didn't give a damn. So it's very arbitrary. YouTube is very arbitrary. And the thing is, when you start getting a bigger channel, that means you start getting more enemies. And when you get enemies, you have people who will start flagging your videos. It happens every time. Every time that I have had a channel get decent subscribers, or anytime I had a channel that would get to the 5,000 plus range or 6,000 range of subscribers, people would start reporting me. And then all of a sudden YouTube is saying that I'm spreading hatred, and they start canceling my videos, and then before you know it, the channel is gone. It's very, very arbitrary. super arbitrary, very selective, and it really depends on how much money you're making for YouTube. If you're making a lot of money for YouTube, oh, you're too much of an asset. They're not going to get rid of you. Perfect example is PewDiePie. PewDiePie literally did a freaking video where he paid people to hold up a sign that said "Death to all Jews." Not joking. Look it up. He literally did a video where he got 2 people to hold up a sign that said "Death to all Jews." And PewDiePie's still around. If I did that, my channel would be gone. My channel would be gone. 100%. It'd be gone. You'd say, oh, you're inciting hatred. You're doing... it's just a joke, guys. Doesn't matter. Just a joke, guys. Doesn't matter. It is super, super selective, and it's all based on if you're actually an asset for YouTube. If you're not an asset for YouTube, they will follow the rules, and all of a sudden they're going to start talking about how they're trying to create a safe space for all viewers. It's fucking bullshit, you know, and that's what I hate about YouTube. And if YouTube, guys, I'm going to say this right now, and get ready for it. If you like what I have to say, if you like my work, if you want to continue to watch my videos, then understand what I'm about to tell you. More than likely, this channel is going to disappear. And it's going to be for some bullshit reason. And if it happens, just go onto Rumble. I'll be there. I will never come on. If YouTube gets rid of my channel, it'll be I want to say the 4th time that it'll happen. And I will never come back to YouTube again. I'm done. That's it. If YouTube wasn't selective, and if it didn't have a 2-tier system of policing, of imposing its policy, then I wouldn't mind being here. Like I'd be like, guys, don't worry, I'm gonna stay. But because it's so selective and so arbitrary, you don't know when you're gonna go on this channel. You don't. So just go onto Rumble. I'll be on Rumble. I'll be on Rumble. I have a channel on Rumble, but I rarely ever use it. PewDiePie. Yeah, he's the biggest YouTuber in all of YouTube. And why did YouTube not get rid of his channel after he had 2 men hold up a sign saying "Death to all Jews"? Why didn't YouTube get rid of his channel and say, oh, you're inciting hatred? Because he's the biggest channel on YouTube. That's it. That's the reason. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours and 39 minutes. Hold on a second here. I'm going to try to read your guys' comments. Like the Daily Pod News YouTube channel, all the videos cater to animal rescue lovers. That's nice. I love animals. Love Fallout Vegas. I've heard it's a great game. Maybe one day I'll try to play it. All their videos are AI generated, kind of crazy, but getting a ton of clicks. Yeah, I've noticed that sort of thing. 44 viewers divided by 4,530 subs equals 1% active viewers. There you go. That's the core audience right there. And the thing about YouTubing is if you're doing overly edited videos, then it kind of doesn't matter. But if you're doing videos where you're just talking in front of a camera, you're not reading a script, it's very psychological. YouTubing is psychological. You gotta just talk in front of a camera. And it's kind of unnatural to talk to a machine, but it's very psychological. And you gotta learn how to relax in front of a camera, and that can be difficult. But yeah, YouTubing is a lot of fun though. Making content is awesome. I love it. I just absolutely love it. When YouTube got rid of my last channel, I told myself that I was going to stop YouTubing, and I did. For a while, I just didn't come back. And then I think somebody wrote a comment on my website saying, "What happened to your videos?" I'm like, oh shit. And I just had this drive to go back. And so I went back to making videos in 2019, some point in winter of 2019. I went back to doing videos. Surprised Poland didn't tell Israel to get back more strongly than they did. I'm just happy he doesn't have a guitar in his background. I'm tired of seeing streams with musical instruments. Oh, yeah, that's another thing I've noticed, yeah. Are you new to the channel? We have music and beer sessions. Well, I can't drink alcohol that much anymore. I can only drink very little alcohol. The algorithm showed me this channel the other day, and now I'm subbed. It does work. The algorithm is basically the audience. It's dictated mainly by the audience, what people are looking for. I sent a huge super chat to a YouTuber with a banjo in those wall beside him to play it. He faked it. Oh, damn, it sucks. Staying true is the right path. I completely agree. Yeah. A lot of people focus on gaining as many new viewers as possible, and I focus on the core audience. And I don't want to focus on getting people who are only going to click because you've done one video. I want to focus on the core audience, and I want my general audience to click on my videos because they like what I have to say, not because I'm talking about this one specific headline. And that's why I put my face on every single thumbnail. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people make thumbnails that don't have the face of the personality. They just have a thumbnail that reflects the actual topic of the video. And that's great to get a lot of new people to click on your videos. But when people see my thumbnails, I want them to know that this is a Theodore Shubot video. And I want them to click because they want to hear what I have to say. That's it. That may sound vain, but it's the truth. I don't want people clicking on a video of mine because, oh, he's talking about, some shit that happened in some country. I want people to say, oh, wow, Ted's talking about this. I want to hear what Ted has to say. That's it. Staying true, yep. We live in an age of grift. That is true. Theo's channel has totally genuine content. I really appreciate that. Honest takes. Yeah, I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you. I like that he doesn't have an agenda, apparently, from what I've seen so far. I mean, listen, we all have our views. We all have our biases. I try my best to be correct. And if I find myself saying things that are bullshit, I will try to correct myself to the best of my ability. It's like for years I defended the Crusades, and then recently I did videos saying the Crusades were not really that good. So I always try my best to be as correct as possible, and that can be difficult because we all have our notions of certain things. An honest dollar worth 100 cents everywhere cannot be coined out of 53 cents of silver, plus a legislative fee up. The USA/America, who are you, if not just the money master is that? Okay. Not a Joel Osteen church, mega church channel? Yep. The narrow gate, air pocket? Yep. I appreciate that. I enjoy your videos. It's pretty much the only news I get on what's going on. I appreciate that, sir. Glad you like that. I'm glad you like the work. Your videos on Mexico are eye-opening. I appreciate that. Yeah, the whole Mexico thing is just amazing because we talk about massacres happening in Syria, but if you just go across the border, you find literal death camps, and you find cartels running death camps and mass murdering people. It's pretty damn horrific, and it's not getting a whole lot of attention. The death camps in Mexico, I didn't see it getting reported by the New York Times. So far, I've only seen it getting reported by the Washington Post. So it's not a story that's getting a whole lot of talk. Your videos are good. Watch probably most of them. That's great. I appreciate that, especially the European World War I and II stuff. Oh, yeah. Those are a lot of fun to do. I love doing those videos. Love doing those videos. So I'm pretty certain I've read pretty much everything you guys have said. So we're going to go back to the news. And amazingly, I read a couple of lines from an article. And that led me to segue off and talk for almost 3 hours. But let's just go back to this article. Why not? Let's go back to this article. Turkey and Europe deepening their security ties. So it says here, Turkey is leveling its traditional role straddling East and West with its NATO membership and Muslim identity under Erdogan, giving it credibility on both sides at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East. It controls some important routes for maritime trade and energy shipments and was key to an agreement initially to get Ukrainian grain to international markets through the Black Sea. This is true. This is very true. Turkey did broker a deal by which to allow Ukrainian grain to be exported. It's also a crucial barrier to stem the flow of refugees from reaching Europe. And so what's this about, right? This is about Turkey flexing its geopolitical influence. It's Turkey saying, look at how much influence I have. Look how powerful I am on the Black Sea. You see how powerful I am? It's about projecting power and making your presence more and more ubiquitous, because the projection of power eventually translates into actual power, or really is a indication of actual power. It's the country's defense capabilities, though, that are its strongest card. So, any espresso? I just drank some regular coffee. So, it's Turkey's military capabilities that really are its strongest point. And this is what's so significant because what are the Europeans trying to do? The Europeans are now saying, hey, Turkey, we can't rely so much on the United States, so let's deepen security ties. And Turkey is saying, hey, we want to be a part of the European Union. That may happen. I remember not too long after Brexit happened, back in 2016, there was an article that was published, and I remember reading this article, and it said, now that Britain is no longer in the European Union, the Germans are going to start looking to fill the gap that Great Britain left. And that gap could be filled by a rising Turkey. And this was said back in 2016. So it could happen. It could happen that Turkey will join the European Union. But even if it doesn't happen, what is inevitable is a Turco-Germanic axis. The Germans having their sphere of power in Europe, Western Europe, Northern Europe, Central Europe, and even parts of Eastern Europe, and the Turks having their sphere of influence in the Middle East, the Black Sea, and the at least parts of the South Caucasus. Have been regularly following you and your dad for decades. Your material has been exceptional. I really appreciate that and very enlightening. It's staggering that more are not avid followers. I don't know why either. I've been working on my website and this channel for years, but I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Gypsy Bird. If the long game of China is to make a new Silk Road from Vladivostok to Lisbon, how does China make this a reality? I don't know. I think China is growing as a power. I mean, it's already grown as a power tremendously. It's a huge presence in Africa. It's very powerful in Northeast Asia. It has made its presence very known in Southeast Asia. It's hated by a whole bunch of people. I think what's eventually going to happen is the Japanese and the Chinese are just going to rival over who's going to be the biggest Northeast Asian country. And I think eventually there's going to be a war between China and Japan. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. You know, hedging my bets here. But that's what I think is going to happen. And I've talked about this before. I think NATO's strategy, or America's strategy, because America really is China is a huge rival for the United States. I think eventually what's going to happen is the Americans are going to try to rile up the Muslims of the Xinjiang province in Western China. And they're going to try to weaken the Chinese this way. And then they're going to try to use the Japanese as a proxy against the Chinese. So the Chinese are facing two rising threats. A threat in Western China with the Uyghurs, and a threat from the East, from the Japanese, and possibly even the South Koreans. I know that the South Korea is sort of like the Poland. If you think about it, it's like the Poland of Europe. Poland of Europe. Oh my God. It's the Poland of Asia. And what I mean by that is, there's always been this split in Korea between people who are pro-China and people who are pro-Japan. And in the in the early 1900s, and even also in the late 1800s, there was this huge factionalism in Korea between Korean people who were pro-Japan, because Japan was going through its Meiji era, and Japan was absorbing a lot of American military technology. And so there were Koreans who said, we need to be like Japan. We got to make a powerful Korea. So we got to absorb current day military innovation if we're going to be a serious power. And that was one faction. That was the pro-Japan faction. And then you had the pro-China faction. The pro-China faction was mainly in Korea's royal family. And then the pro-Japan faction was mainly amongst government officials. The Chinese and the Japanese were both backing their own faction. And what eventually happened was a war between the Chinese and the Japanese. And really, it was a war over who was going to control Korea. That was what they were fighting over. The Japanese defeat China, even though China had way more soldiers than the Japanese did. The Japanese had superior technology. They defeat the Chinese. And then what happens? Because the Chinese are defeated, then Japan became the head power in Northeast Asia. So then what did that leave? What it left was a Russia now feeling threatened, because you have a weakened Russian ally, China, just getting defeated, and then you have this rising Japanese power that is friendly with the Americans. So what's Russia going to do? Russia eventually works to strengthen its ally China. It builds a naval base in I want to say in either Manchuria or the what's it called, Xinjiang region or whatever it's called. But it builds a naval base in China called Port Arthur, and says, "Okay, China, you're our ally. We're going to defend you." And now it's a matter of Russia and Japan fighting over who's going to be the biggest power in Asia. And then a war breaks out. And so the Russians and the Japanese end up in a stalemate, huge, massive casualties on both sides. Japanese slaughter over 60,000 Russians in one battle, in the Battle of Mukden. And then the Russians say, okay, we can't handle this anymore. We can't sustain this anymore. There's a negotiation. And the United States brokers that negotiation. And that was the United States projecting its own power in Asia, saying, hey, look, we're now mediating peace between two big powers, Russia and Japan. Theodore Roosevelt is at the center of the negotiations. And what the Americans did was they made a deal to just allow the Japanese to invade Korea. Because at the end of the day, what was the rivalry between Japan and China really all about? It was about who was going to control Korea. And because Japan solidified its position as the biggest dog in Northeast Asia, Japan was enabled to just take over Korea. And they did. They invaded all of Korea, and they did atrocities, and it was horrific. And America didn't give a damn, because for the Americans, propping up the power of Japan was a way to create this big old fat proxy against the Russians and the Chinese. So in Poland was split between the Soviets and the Germans. And they had this fight over who was going to control Poland. Was it going to be the Russians? Was it going to be the Germans? And the Germans and the Russians were fighting over who was going to control Poland. So Poland is sort of like the Korea of Europe. And in Poland, I mean, there's a huge political factionalism that's going on, I think, between people who are pro-NATO and people who either hate NATO and they hate Russia, or they hate NATO and they're almost sympathetic with the Russians. Yeah, Poland is sort of a mixed bag. It's really interesting how Poland is. But I think a lot of Polish people don't want to be involved in helping Ukraine. A lot of Polish people are very, very suspicious of helping Ukraine. because of the bloody history that the Ukrainians and the Poles have. Once you read some history, the world becomes a million times more interesting, because it's no longer just, oh my God, look, these countries are rivaling. It's, oh my God, look, these countries are rivaling. These countries are rivaling, and this is actually just a continuation of whatever bullshit happened 100 years ago. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And it's just, it makes reading the news so much easier, because then you understand why things are happening. Like, why is Japan and China vying over Taiwan? Well, because China used to control Taiwan. And then Japan defeats China in the first Sino-Japanese War, and then Japan takes Taiwan. And Japan said Taiwan belongs to us. And so you have, to this day, you have this vying between the Chinese and the Japanese over who's going to control Taiwan. Same thing goes with Korea. North Korea, South Korea. North Korea is an ally of China. South Korea is an ally of Japan. What happened back in the 1890s? You had a faction of the Koreans who were pro-China, faction of the Koreans that were pro-Japan. History rhymes. History always rhymes. It's a beautiful thing. It's bittersweet. It's not exactly beautiful, but it's bittersweet. Because it's just surreal to see this continuation of events. I've done the math earlier today for different reasons. 60,000 dead at 1.8 meters of height per person is a line of corpses, 108 kilometers long. That's called context. Okay, what's your point? I'm trying to understand it. And it was far-right propagandists making that claim. Stone nope? What's nope? What's the nope? Nope to what? Where am I wrong? The point is that it's hard to understand large numbers for the smooth. Oh, I understand. Yeah, well, 60,000 people is a lot of people, no matter how you look at it. And I mean, that's the size of a small city. 60,000 people, and they're just dead like that in one battle. I mean, that's insane. You know, in that battle, Mukden, it was one of the most high casualty battles in modern history. And I think at that time when it happened, it was the most high casualty battle of its time. And it was, I mean, no matter how you look at it, though, it was horrendous. And the whole world was watching, because everybody was expecting the Russians to win, because the Russians supposedly had a superior navy, the Russians had a really good military, and they did. And no one had really seen the Japanese at war at that time, and this was the first time that the Japanese had to face a white army that had an advanced military. This was the first time. And what that did was it solidified Japan's position as a world power. That's what it did. That's what it did. Pretty horrendous. Pretty freaking horrendous, guys. I'm going to go back to this article. So it says here, Europe is scrambling to arm itself after President Donald Trump pulled the plug on aid for Ukraine and told the continent it shouldn't rely on the U.S. Again, Germany's so dependent on America. Because Germany's so dependent on America. Because that's the purpose of NATO. The purpose of NATO is to keep the Germans weak. You can look into this yourself. Go look at who was the one who made this declaration. Hold on a second. The purpose of NATO. Keep the Germans weak. Here we go. This saying was declared by NATO's first Secretary General. Can you please give me the guy's name? What was his name? I want to know the guy's name. Just give me the guy's name. Why is it so difficult? Lord Ismay. He was NATO's first Secretary General. Lord Ismay. He said, the purpose of NATO is to keep the Russians out and the Germans down. And these are his exact words. To keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. That is the purpose of NATO. So when people say, why are the Germans not paying their fair share? Because it's about keeping the Germans weak. People don't realize dependence is weakness. It is, no matter how you look at it. No matter how you look at it. Dependence is not strength. And if you are trying to project your power internationally, you cannot be a dependent country. You just can't. It's not going to happen. You will always be under the shadow of the one that you are dependent on. This is just, the obvious stuff, right? I'm not saying anything crazy original here. There's nothing original that I'm saying here. So if you want to project power, you have to be what? Independent. Bottom line, you have to be independent. So because we've been keeping the Germans so dependent on the Americans, we have actually been keeping Germany weak. But that's the purpose of NATO, to keep the Germans down. When Trump tells the Europeans, you guys have to become more independent, he is being 100% antithetical to NATO. He's antithetical. He is speaking in a way that is antithetical to the purpose of NATO. That is antithetical to the purpose of NATO. So when you say Europe, you got to start getting strong. And the Germans are saying, okay, you got it. We're going to become more independent. That's not NATO. There's no NATO in this whole equation. What you're seeing is the antithesis to NATO. That's why I'm saying you go online and you see who's really popular. Do you see any pro-NATO people being popular? Nope. And every single time you have a debate on Piers Morgan or any one of these big channels between a pro-NATO guy and an anti-NATO guy, read the comments. There ain't a whole lot of people that are supporting the pro-NATO guy. There's not. Almost everyone will be supporting the anti-NATO guy. You look at a debate between, let's think of something that's actually happened recently. You look at a debate between Dave Smith and some pro-NATO guy, and this has happened. This has happened numerous times. And read the comments. You will be hard-pressed to find a commenter that supports the pro-NATO guy. All the other comments are supporting Dave Smith. Same reason why when you go on Piers Morgan's show, and you you watch a debate between, let's say, Rabbi Shmuley and Cenk Uyghur, read the comments. Almost all the comments are supporting who? They're all supporting whoever Rabbi Shmuley is debating. People hate Rabbi Shmuley. And funny enough, Rabbi Shmuley will sit there and he will accuse his opponent of ruining his reputation. He will accuse his opponent of ruining his opponent's reputation. He'll say, you're ruining your reputation by what you're saying. You're making a fool out of yourself. You will be disgraced forever. He'll say things like that to his opponent. But you read the comments and everyone hates him. Why? Because the world is shifting. We are shifting away from being pro-NATO to being anti-NATO. We are shifting away from being pro-Israel to being anti-Israel. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on a second. I want to make sure that my voice is not too low. Stone was asking about concentration camps. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Remilitarized Germany just means World War III. Absolutely. 100%. That's exactly what it means. Absolutely, Fred Jacobs. That's exactly what that means. And so when America is saying, hey, Germany, you got to become more independent, there's no NATO in that. you don't see NATO. You could say, well, no, that's not true. Here's the counter argument, because I have to be fair. There is a counter argument to this. There is a counter argument to what I am saying. And I know this because I got into an argument with somebody years ago about this, and he was a pro-Trump guy. They're going to say, oh, but that's because part of the deal of being a member of NATO is to pay 2% of your GDP on NATO's defense. That's true. Granted, that is true. But that's not entirely what Trump has been doing as far as his rhetoric. Trump has not just said, hey, you guys got to pay your 2%. We got to protect NATO. Damn it. This is about NATO. That's not what Trump is doing. You have Elon Musk saying the U.S. should leave NATO. You have Trump saying, I don't trust the Europeans. You have Trump saying, can we rely on the Europeans? I don't think so. You have Trump saying, can we rely on the Japanese? I don't think so. You have Trump just expressing nothing but distrust towards NATO allies or allies of the U.S., such as Japan. And so then you have the Trump administration saying, Germany, you have to be paying at least 5%. They're going above. They're pushing the Germans to pay above what NATO demands. Go 5%, go 6%. You got to go higher. Keep going. Make more weapons. Make more tanks. Go. And then on top of that, the Americans are backing an anti-NATO party called the AfD. They're a Eurosceptical party. They want Germany to leave NATO, and they want Germany to have its own sphere of power in Europe and establish its own powerhouse of a military bloc in the heart of Europe. And they want Germany to lead Europe militarily. That's what the AfD wants. And they want Germany to have nuclear weapons. That's what the AfD wants. And that's the party that America is supporting. So I don't see a whole lot of, we love NATO. I'm seeing a whole lot of anti-NATO. Again, this could be a phase that could pass by. Okay, granted, that's possible. But what I am seeing as far as the zeitgeist goes is the end of what we today know as NATO. And perhaps something else will form. Perhaps America will form some new alliance. Who knows? But I am seeing the end of NATO. And it's not just because of Trump. Trump is just a symptom of this whole thing. It's not just because of Trump that I'm saying this. It's because of what I've been seeing since 2016. With Brexit, with the rise of nationalism, with the rise of this desire to be nationally autonomous, and even during the Biden administration. I remember when Biden was president and I would do these streams, I was talking about the same stuff I'm talking to you guys about right now in regards to Germany wanting to become more militarily independent. So, you're seeing it. America was okay. So Nahum Hapte, interesting name. Are you African? Are you from Ethiopia? America was okay with a weak Europe. It gave America more political leverage. Yep, that's right. The problem is the moment Germany becomes independent, they would ditch the EU. You are correct. You are correct. You are right. Oh, God. I love it when somebody puts a comment saying the same thing that I'm thinking. Yes, you are correct, Mr. Russian. The EU is gone. Because the EU is what? What is it? What is the EU at the end of the day? The EU is a Franco-German creation. It's a Franco-German creation in which they created this thing called the euro, and it keeps the German economy very powerful. It helps keep the German economy very powerful. Now, before the creation of the euro, before the creation of the EU, there was a European monetary union. And that whole thing crashed and burned because of George Soros. George Soros crashed the Bank of England, and England left the monetary union, and that was the end of that. And then in the early 2000s, I want to say the euro was created, or was at least established and put into operation. So the euro is all about what? It's a Franco-German invention. And if Germany says we're going to go independent militarily and we're going to end up becoming, and we're just going to create a war economy, yeah, eventually they're going to say, you know what? This euro thing, It's bullshit. These Southern European countries are fiscally irresponsible. They're really just a drain on us because all these poor European countries are part of the EU. And so when they have problems, we have to help them out. And they're just a drain on us. So why can't we just go back to the Deutschmark? And that could happen in the future. You could actually see the Germans go back to their original currency. So there's that. Sometimes I think Pierce should be charged for war crimes along with other propagandists. It's a big ridiculous. Oh, well, freedom of speech. I don't know. I don't know about war crimes. He was one of the initial voices against the Iraq War many years ago. And Pierce Morgan has been very critical. Not very, but he has been fairly critical of Israel. People like Rabbi Shmuley are turning on the people who may want to make Holobonga a modern time reality. I don't know. I don't know what Holobonga is. Putin, the mutual security treaty between Russia and Belarus entered into force today. Lukashenko, Russia and Belarus will continue. Yeah, Belarus is basically Russia. I mean, I don't really see a difference between Russia and Belarus. They're the same country. I mean, Russians can go into Belarus anytime they want. They have an open border with each other. Belarus is just a continuation of Russia. It's white Russia. I mean, Belarus literally means white Russia. Belarusians literally means white Russians. Why do they call themselves white Russians? I have no idea. Perhaps someone in the chat can explain that to me. I remember in 2016 when I said exactly that Trump is a symptom of a problem, not the problem. Yeah. Mrs. Russian. Lukashenko, Oreshnik will soon enter service with the Belarusian army. Well, you know what? That people should take that shit very seriously. And I think the Americans have taken that very seriously. What do you think of the current Mexican president and the other candidates who were murdered? I think whoever is running Mexico right now is someone who has made a deal with the devil. Anyone who, with the way Mexico is, because of the fact, or I should say in light of the fact, that Mexico is a country controlled by criminals. If you are running Mexico, you have made a deal with the devil. That means that you're in line with the criminals. That's what that means. How do I know this? Because as you've already mentioned, as you've already touched upon, Mr. Monkey Brain, politicians in Mexico have been murdered at a very, at a huge rate. A lot of politicians in Mexico have been murdered. And why do these politicians get murdered? They get murdered because they defy the cartels. So if you are a successful politician in Mexico, you are evil. You are basically, you would probably sell your own mother out. You have no soul. You don't. You really don't have any soul at all. If you are a successful politician in Mexico, you probably went to a witch doctor and asked a witch doctor to do some voodoo chicken blood magic to get some kind of power, and you have sold your soul to Lucifer. It's because Mexico is such an evil country, and when you are running the Mexican government, you are working with cartels. Bottom line, you're working with cartels, so they're all evil. Is Shine Bomb evil? Yes. As I've already said, if you are a successful politician in Mexico, you are evil. Plain and simple. You're evil. All this nonsense about, oh, well, this person's trying to do... I don't buy into it. Mexico is still a country that is entrenched in the criminal world, so... I don't really care for Mexico. I think Mexico and Canada are both insignificant countries. I think they're insignificant nations that are just here to serve America. I don't think that's... I'm not saying that that's how it should be. I'm just saying that's what it is. Every time I'm scrolling through the news on my phone, if I see Canada on the title, this is what I do. I skip, because Canada is an insignificant country and I don't give a shit about Canada. Now if the title has something like, well, Russia is getting close to Canada, okay, maybe I'll look into it. But if it's about Trudeau or some other member of his ilk, I don't give a shit. Canada is an insignificant nation. Most of Canada is not even inhabited. It's just a flat. Well, it's some areas are flat, I think, and mountainous. And you could go to Canada and you could literally drive for miles and see nothing. And you say, why am I looking at this actually happened. I was in a car and we were driving for hours and you just see nothing on the side of the road, just flat land for hours. And you're thinking, or not maybe for hours, maybe for like an hour. Okay. I don't want to exaggerate, but I just kept seeing this flat land next to the road. And I thought, what's this flat land? And the guy driving said, oh, this is the Indian reservation. And I said, this is so Indian people live here? He says, yeah, this is a Native American reservation. And I said, why don't the Native Americans develop this place? He said, because they don't give a shit. It's just a flat land, depressing looking, nothing's there. It's just whatever. You know, it's same thing with the UK. If I see an article and it says, Keir Starmer, I just go, don't care. Why don't I care about Keir Starmer? Again, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm mistaken in having this mentality. But every single time I see anything on YouTube about Keir Starmer, I read the comments. Everyone hates this guy. Everyone hates him. No one likes Keir Starmer. I don't know how he got into power. Everyone hates him. So he's going to be a nothing burger soon. That's my opinion. I think he's going to be a nothing burger. And I think he's going to be replaced by some populist who will be much more popular. And Keir Starmer is just a part of the NATOist establishment. And that's it. He's a very unpopular politician. And I don't give a shit about him. I don't. You know, he says, we have to do a coalition of the willing. We have to do a coalition of the willing. We have to unite. Europe must unite. Europe must unite. You dumbasses left the EU. And now you want to talk about a united Europe, a coalition of the willing. Get the hell out of here, really. And then he wants to start this coalition of the willing. Buddy, the longbow was outdated a long time ago. You guys are whatever. Yes, you guys fought in World War I. You got the help of the Americans. Yes, you fought in World War II, and the Americans and the Russians saved your asses. So, listen, I know you guys are still stuck in the 100 Years' War, but the longbow was outdated a long time ago. And I know that you guys are still glorying, you're still relishing in your old dead empire, and you're so proud about what you did in Africa. You killed 1,000 Zulu warriors with a Gatling gun. I know you're still just relishing in those memories, but you have to move on. You have to move on. Your favorite food is curry. The number one consumed food in England is fucking curry. It's a reversal of the empire. You guys are now an extension of India, practically. So I just don't care about England. Every time I hear about England, it's like a freaking, I don't know, it's like talking about Norway or something. I just don't care about England. I just don't care about England. It's a country I don't care about. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me why I'm wrong. I just don't give a shit about England. Etymology of Belarus has like 4 to 5 theories. There you go. Never mind. Ukraine used to be called Ruthenians. That's correct. Red Russians, sometimes even Little Russians. Little Russians, that's adorable. I got psyoped. How? Belarusian citizenship is the closest in terms of privileges in Russia as non-citizens. If an employee position is required to hire citizens, only citizens of Belarus can be hired for it as well. There you go. It's just an extension of Russia. You've seen that vid of Mexican senators sacrificing chickens to demons. Is there a video of that? I don't know. Let me know, please. Or are you just joking? Yeah, that's a meme name, not the real one. Okay. Caucasus are called the Black Russians. Oh, really? Interesting. Mrs. or Miss Russian because translated it to Nastia. You called the, I don't even know. What do you think of the current Mexican president? Okay, I already responded to that. Yeah, I just don't care about England. It's just a country I just don't care about. Coalition of the Willing. How are you going to lead some big old Euro army? How are you going to do that? England is an island. England is an island. That means you have to, like, logistically speaking, to lead a Euro army for England would be extremely difficult. Germany, on the other hand, big, fat, massive industrial power, right there in the heartland of Europe. Geostrategically speaking, it's in a perfect position to be a militarist leader in Europe. Not the UK. Maybe the Germans and the UK will join forces this time. But you cannot have a revival of European militarism without Germany being the head of it. It's just not going to happen. Just from Germany's geopolitical position being right in the heart of Europe. Michael Knowles has done a video on what? Please explain. On a video on that? On what? On Belarus or on England? On India? Let me guess. It's about India. Immigration in England. Is that what he's talking about? What did Michael Knowles talk about? Please elaborate, sir. You know what's so funny, guys? This has become a habit of mine. I've been doing this every single night. I have been falling asleep to this music every night. I started doing it a couple of weeks ago, and it just became a habit. I turned this music on, this Oblivion music on every single night, and I fall asleep to it. It is hilarious. It's become a habit. On the chicken. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. I gotta look that up. Literally, I didn't entirely make that one up when I said it, but I said that, you know, if you're a successful politician, you probably have gone to a witch doctor and done some chicken blood ritual. The reason why I said that is because I remember watching this documentary on a Mexican wizard, or it was a wizard from Puerto Rico named Adolfo Constanzo, and he was a wizard who was into Palo Mayombe, which is a type of South American Afro-Latino witchcraft. It's demonic stuff. It's just from the pit of hell. I hate it. But he was hardcore into it, and Mexican politicians would pay him big money to do rituals so that they could have success in their political campaign. Yeah, imagine that, right? I used to sleep in my laboratory to the Skyrim soundtrack all the time. Sometimes you have to sleep in the lab. What kind of lab were you working in? That's amazing. So I'm not the only one. Yeah, every night, this music that you're hearing right now, I will play it every night. It's a 2-hour-long video of nothing but Oblivion stuff. And I just hit the play button and just lay down. And every night, I've fallen to sleep. It's a crazy habit that I've developed. I hear this music in my head after the stream has ended. That's awesome. Dim da dum. Oh, and I love that. Dum da da 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 dum dun dun. Yeah, it's great stuff, guys. It really is. It really is awesome stuff. The music is great. I love this music. I wish Elden Ring soundtrack is also really good. I love the Elden Ring soundtrack. I listen to it all the time. It's not as good as the Oblivion stuff, but it's still pretty damn good. And yes, I'm still stuck playing Elden Ring. I know, it's so sad, guys. I'm still, like, can you believe it? I'm still playing Elden Ring after 2 years. I'm still playing this stupid game. Still stuck in freaking Malekith. I still haven't beaten Malekith yet. I tried beating him a couple days ago, and I played for about, I want to say 30 minutes or so, and I just kept dying over. I just couldn't beat it. Oblivion soundtrack helped me sleep in the lab too, but after I discovered Chiro ASMRs, I switched to them. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look into that. So it says here, Turkey has the largest fleet of F-16 fighter jets in NATO after the US. Damn. That's serious. It boasts the Incirlik Air Base, which was used for operations against Islamic State, and hosts an early warning radar at Kudichik, a critical part of NATO's ballistic missile defense for Europe. There you go. So Turkey is an integral part of America's alliances. That's why America will kiss up to the Turks, because of that control between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Well, Ted, you have me interested that when I get my new build that I will have to get Elden Ring. When I get my new build. What's your new build? Yeah, Elden Ring is a great game. But it is a freaking frustrating game. Oh, you were into electrochemistry. You got nanotech. Interesting. Interesting. So it says here, a critical part of NATO's ballistic missile defense for Europe. Okay, Ankara is evaluating a non-combat mission to help monitor the line of contact with Russia in eastern Ukraine, etc., etc. So basically, okay, let's go back here. This is interesting. Oh, a new desktop. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, yeah. Elden Ring's a great game, but it takes time. It's a game that requires time, and you have to build your character up, and that takes time, and it's just a time-consuming game, which is great. I mean, you get your money's worth, but I don't know. It's just, for me, it's a difficult game. The country has also developed a sizable arms industry. So there you go. Turkey has developed a huge defense industry. It's been a key source of vital 155 millimeter shells for Ukraine and is a growing exporter of naval ships, along with combat drones and armored vehicles. It's also developing ballistic missiles along the main battle tanks and warplanes. Italian company Leonardo SPA has teamed up with a firm run by Erdogan's son-in-law to develop drones, and the son-in-law is the guy who developed the Bayraktar drone. Yeah, that's the guy. It says here that the country also has to. Okay, I already read this. We hope that our European friends will understand the role of the new Turkey. There's that word, new Turkey. That's the neo-Ottomans. The role of the new Turkey in the reshaping world and determine their strategies accordingly. So Erdogan is essentially saying to the Europeans, to the Germans, let's bring the band back together. And if you think about it, it's very interesting. In World War I, the Germans and the Turks were allies. And then in World War II, the Germans and the Turks were not allies. Turkey was not a part of the Axis because Turkey was still recovering from World War I. Turkey was still a weak country. It had not recovered from World War I. So it became somewhat of a neutral country. And so here's the thing, though, is that the Nazis admired the Kemalists. The Nazis admired the Turks. They respected the Turks. And there were a lot of people in Turkey who loved the Nazis. So I think what's going to happen in the future is what the Nazis could not do. I think what's going to happen in the future is what happened in World War I and what the Nazis couldn't do, which is an alliance between the Germans and the Turks. And you're going to see a Turco-Germanic axis. That's what's going to happen. Let's see. How long of this article do I have? Not that much. See, I took this one article and I've expanded it into a 3-hour and 30-minute long stream. So it says here that Turkey lost its status as a darling of international investors with its unorthodox policies shaped around Erdogan's conviction that interest rates should be cut to fight high inflation. A U-turn after his re-election in 2023 saw foreign money return, but fell short of longer-term investment, according to Bloomberg Economics. Yet, Turkey's geography shows up as many risks as it does opportunities. Turkey has been contending with the renewed threat from Islamic State in the region, this month establishing a joint operation mechanism with Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq. That's also as Turkey jostles for influence in post-Assad Syria. The security situation therefore has deteriorated as Israel targets military sites with airstrikes and deadly violence unfolds in and around the coastal city of Latakia as the new government's forces clashes with the Alawite minority, of which Assad is a part. Erdogan expressed concern this week over provocations aimed at stirring sectarian violence. Indeed, there's concern deep involvement in the Ukrainian peacekeeping mission might overstretch its military. Turkey has thousands of troops deployed in northern Syria and Iraq, and more stationed in Kosovo, Somalia, northern Cyprus, Qatar, and Azerbaijan, also Africa. Thousands of Turkish troops and mercenaries are currently serving in Africa right now. So it says here, but there are growing concerns over a crackdown on dissent from business executives, etc., etc. So it says here that Erdogan needs closer security and economic cooperation, both with the U.S. and European allies, to improve Turkey's economy and bolster its chances of extending his stay in power. And the other thing that you have to keep in mind is that Turkey is not the most powerful country in the world. It's going to need external alliances, right? It's going to need external allies to bolster its position in Europe and in the Middle East. So it's going to need to make alliances with Germany especially. I mean, we can go back, right? We can go back to World War I. And what happened after World War? What happened before World War I? Before World War I, the British were making naval ships for the Turks. Then, because of the outbreak of World War I, the British cut off its ties with the Turks. And the British and the Turks became enemies, deadly enemies. So Turkey, or the Ottoman Empire in this case, realized that it needed to make alliances if it was going to survive. So what happened? The Germans were the biggest ally for the Ottomans, and the Ottomans joined the Axis. They joined the Axis with Germany. And that's what happened. So, and it wasn't just Germany and Turkey. Those were the biggest ones, but you had Germany, you had Turkey, and then you also had countries like Bulgaria. Bulgaria was an ally of the Germans. So Turkey, the Ottoman Empire in World War I, had to make an alliance. And I think I think what you're seeing right now is that very thing, is Turkey realizes, okay, we're not the strongest. We definitely don't want to spread ourselves out too thinly. We got to make an ally with who? We got to deepen our ties with who? We got to deepen our ties with, historically, the most deadly enemy to the Russians, and that is the Germans. Who would have guessed Turkey is now militarily stronger than Germany this time around? Right now it is, yes. Right now Turkey is stronger than Germany. But I think that Germany will eventually catch up and become a significant power. I read a visionary said that Turkey will enter a European war. It's coming true. Which vision are you speaking of? Let's go on to a different article. This article is, I think we've exhausted this article. Now, here's an interesting article that was published by Reuters. I have to look it up. No problem. Just let me know if you find it, because I am interested in that kind of stuff. So it says here that Turkey could be a vital partner as Europe, Ukraine seek new security framework. Are we seeing NATO here anywhere? Do you see NATO? Do you see unity here? We're seeing division, and then we're seeing countries forming deeper ties out of distrust for the Americans, and we're not really seeing NATO. So it says here, Turkey has emerged as a key potential partner in restructuring European security, diplomats and analysts say, as Europe scrambles to bolster its defense and find guarantees for Ukraine under any forthcoming ceasefire deal urged by the United States. So Turkey has emerged as a key potential partner in restructuring European security. You know what that means? That means they're bringing back the band. The British are going to deepen ties with Turkey, more than likely. That goes back to the Crimean War, when the British and the Turks defeated the Russians. And the Germans and the Turks are going to deepen their security ties, and this goes back to World War I. It's all coming back. Diplomats and analysts say as Europe scrambles to bolster its defense and find guarantees for Ukraine under any forthcoming ceasefire deal urged by the United States. European countries have been unsettled by U.S. President Donald Trump's plan to end the Ukraine war, which has upended Washington's policy, halted Russia's isolation with possibility of rapprochement, piled pressure on Kiev after disastrous talks with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, and endangered transatlantic ties. Analysts say Europeans push to maintain Ukraine's military capabilities and agree security guarantees while boosting its own defense without Washington, has created a rare opportunity for Turkey to deepen ties with Europe despite tingling disputes over the rule of law, maritime issues with Greece and Cyprus, and Ankara's long-stalled European Union membership bid. Oh, isn't that interesting? So the Turks and the Germans are enemies. Sorry, what is wrong with me today? The Turks and the Greeks are enemies. Greece has been building up its military to defend itself against Turkey. Greece is a member of NATO. And here we have Turkey and Germany wanting to deepen their security ties. And the Greeks are saying, hey, don't do this, Germany. Turkey is a historic enemy of ours. What are you doing? And Germany doesn't give a damn. Do you see unity here at all? Are you seeing any of that EU unity here? Where Germany is getting deeper in bed with Turkey and they're endangering a fellow EU member and a fellow NATO ally called Greece? And the Greeks were butchered by the Ottomans. Hell, Greece was ruled by the Ottomans for a half a millennium. No one gives a shit. Because it's all about power at the end of the day. So the Greeks are saying, oh my God, Germany, why are you doing this? Stop, please, stop. And the Germans say, we don't give a damn. Because they're going to bring back the band. Got to deepen those World War I historical memories. European countries that thought they had the luxury of excluding Turkey until today are now seeing that they cannot exclude Turkey anymore. Sinan Ulgan. Now look what this Turkish guy says, this Turkish diplomat says. European countries that thought they had the luxury of excluding Turkey until today are now seeing that they cannot. What's the European countries that this guy is referring to? Answer, Greece. That's who this guy is talking about. He's talking about Greece. That's it. Because the Greeks are the biggest hindrance to Turkey joining the European Union. The Greeks are the biggest hindrance to any sort of operation where the Turks are being worked with. Anytime the Germans want to collaborate with the Turks, the Greeks get upset. And so the Turks are saying, not so far, Greece. Not anymore. Not anymore, Greece. Because the Germans want to deepen their security ties with the Turks. And why? Why is that? Well, think about it. Is Greece an enemy of Russia? Not really. Now, theologically, there is a spat between the two because the Greek Orthodox Church has supported the creation of a splinter Ukrainian nationalist church. But other than that, Greece is not interested in doing a war with Russia. Germany is, and Turkey is. So why would the Germans give a shit about what Greece is concerned about? Why would the Germans give a damn about what Greece thinks? Greece is an enemy of Turkey. Greece has really no serious issues, no serious military issues, that is, with the Russians. So why would the Germans be interested in siding with the Greeks against the Russians? The Greeks aren't interested in that. Now, Turkey, on the other hand, historically has been a major enemy of the Russians. So if you're gonna form a pan-European military force against the Russians, Turkey's got to be included. Turkey has to be included, bottom line. See here. Yeah. Anyway. I think I'm almost done with this stream, guys. It's been kind of a rough day, but it was a lot of fun to stream. I'm not going to end it right now, but I think I'm going to end it soon in a little bit. But you guys, it's been a very fun stream. It was a very good stream, even though we did a 4-hour stream. If I go for 5 hours, then I'm going to be here. It's going to be late. It's going to be late. But you know what? I don't know. Maybe I'll push myself. I'll see. Maybe I'll mentally push myself. Maybe I'll mentally push myself for this one. Don't end it. Okay. Sending testosterone vibes. Yeah, I haven't had tea yet, you're right. Politically, it is Danish. What's Danish? Not an ethnic Russian, but Russian... Not an ethnic Russian, but Russian-born citizen, yes. You need an espresso machine. I need that video game power. I was looking at this article. It's pretty interesting. Germans reach deal to spend big on defense. Climate. Okay, I'm so tired of hearing about the stupid climate. No one gives a shit about the climate. Studies show that young people who grow up in turbulent times tend to become more conservative. That's true. That's absolutely true. Can you guys see the article? So it says here that Friedrich Merz, the likely chancellor of Germany, announced on Friday that he had secured the votes to allow for extensive new government spending, including for defense, clearing the way for a stunning turnaround in German strategic and fiscal policy. That means they're going to make a big-ass military, guys. The deal should now allow Mr. Merz to pass a raft of measures in Parliament next week that he has billed as a response to President Trump's moves to pull back American security guarantees for Europe. Again, do you see NATO anywhere here? You see NATO? You see, I'm not seeing a lot of NATO unity going on here. I'm seeing a lot of tension, and I'm seeing Germany saying, F you, America. We're going to make our military bigger. And this is exactly what America wants, by the way. This is exactly what the United States wants. The United States wants to see a militarily independent Germany because America knows that historically speaking, World War I and World War II, the Germans were the biggest threat to the Russians. And really, to be honest with you guys, to be totally clear with you guys, historically speaking, the only army in modern times, don't bring up the Mongolians, forget the Mongolians. The only country that has gotten close to defeating the Russians was Germany. So if you want to get a proxy war going, and if you want to create a serious threat against the Russians, we're not gonna use a losing card like Ukraine. We're gonna use a big fat winning card, or a card that really is a monster, and that's the German card. So support the rise of the Turks, enable the Turks to take over Syria, and support the Turks in taking over Syria. So then you have the rise of another one of Russia's big historical enemies. So the biggest enemies of Russia historically, the Germans and the Turks. The Germans and the Turks, historically the biggest enemies. So if we're going to get a big fat monster to face the Russians, who better to get than the Turks and the Germans? Bottom line. Will the modern German army be on meth? Probably. Again, who are the Americans? The Americans. The American government. CIA. Politicians. Officials. People who are in the highest echelons of power. The Americans. They are the Americans. Pull up the crazy-eyed German. Maybe I'll pull him up here. When are you gonna ditch this Elden Ring game and give Kingdom Come a try? I was gonna give Kingdom Come a try until I heard that it's a gay game. It's a gay video game. I'm gonna take a cigar with me to the St. Patty's parade. Oh, that sounds awesome. So it says here, it includes what party leaders called crucial investments in German competitiveness and its efforts to reduce fossil fuel emissions to fight global warming. I'm so sick of hearing about this global warming ruse. It's such bullshit. We're going to do the defense. This is why people hate these politicians. We're going to do the defense. Oh, climate change. Climate change. What people want at the end of the day is something that's spiritual. They don't give a shit about the climate. They don't give a shit about democracy. What they care about at the end of the day is something spiritual. Fighting for something outside of themselves. The idea of nation. The idea of people, folk, tribe. That's what people love. That they love that metaphysical component of defending their people and fighting for this cause to defend their people from an existential threat. They love that stuff. And what that really means, what that really translates to is ultranationalism. That's what that translates to. So people don't give a shit about the climate. This is why the AFD or a party like the AFD is so effective for this sort of thing. Because the AFD wants massive military spending and the AFD wants militarism. But what the AFD would add to that is a spiritual nationalism. And that's why Bjorn Holke says that we need to have a German nationalism that will utilize myths, and we have to utilize these myths to strengthen our people, to strengthen the soul of Germany. So there's a spiritual component in this whole equation, and the AFD provides that spiritual component. So I think eventually Germany is going to go down the road of ditching these mainstream parties, these, what do they call them? These, traffic light parties, and replacing that with a ideologically ultranationalist party like the AFD or the AFD itself, and really subsuming itself in a war economy alongside a nationalist country, ultranationalist country. I think that's going to be the end result here. What about Bannerlords? I mean, Bannerlord? Bannerlord's a great game, but I put a pause on Bannerlord to try to finally beat Elden Ring, and I've been very unsuccessful in my goal to beat Elden Ring. I haven't beat it. Maybe if I just sit down and play Elden Ring for like 5 hours, maybe I'll finally beat it. Maybe, but I doubt it. It's such a difficult level. The boss fight I need to hire a nerd just to beat the game for me. Like, just not just Malekith, but everything after Malekith as well. So it goes on to say, and it breathed new life into a coalition of center-left and center-right parties that have long governed Germany, but have wilted in a new era of populism in recent years. So here's what people don't understand. Is before the rise of the Nazis, a similar thing was happening. Before the rise of the Nazis, the Social Democrats were the most popular party. The SPD, the Social Democrats, were the most popular party. And they were also doing this type of shit. They were increasing Germany's military spending. They were growing Germany's military capacity. They were doing all that shit. Eventually, they got eclipsed by the Nazis. And the Nazis said, okay, you've commenced this policy of military spending in Germany. We're going to take that and we're going to go into third gear. We're going to amp it up even more. And not only that, not only are we going to increase the military spending tremendously more than what you have been doing, but we're also going to add in racist ultra-nationalism, Nazism. And that's what the Nazis did. So people say, oh, look, Germany's doing this and Germany's doing that. Look, these traffic light parties, they're spending more on the military. Look at what they're doing. And but these newspapers also admit that these traffic light parties are doing this in the midst of this rise of nationalism in Germany. Well, guess what? A very similar thing happened before the rise of the Nazis. You had the SPD, the Social Democrats, spending a lot of money on Germany's defense. The Nazis took over, and they took it to third gear. And I think the same thing is going to happen. If AfD was most successful in areas which were once East Germany, does this mean that they are going to be belligerent against Russia or against NATO? I still am not sure. So this is a good question. Here's the thing about the AfD that no one ever really mentions in the English-speaking media, because the people who are running the English-speaking media are either evil or they are oblivious. The AfD is not a pro-NATO party. The AfD is also not a pro-Russia party. People think that they're pro-Russia because they are critical of the war in Ukraine. The reason why the AfD is critical of the war in Ukraine has nothing to do with them being pro-Russia. It has nothing to do with pro-Russian sentiment. It has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with this anti-war idea. And some people think that the AfD are super anti-war and all that. That's all bullshit. All that is bullshit. All of it. The AfD, if you actually take the time to look into what they believe in, the AfD is not against the Ukraine war because it's pro-Russia. It's against the Ukraine war because it is anti-NATO. And it wants a Germany that will not do things on the demand at the demand of the United States. It doesn't want a Germany that is dependent on NATO. It doesn't want a Germany that is subordinate to NATO and just doing the demands of NATO. That's not what it wants. So when the AfD says we don't want to be a part of this war against Russia, what they're actually saying is we don't want to be a part of this war that is not our war. It's NATO's war. We don't want to be a part of NATO's war. We do not want to acquiesce to NATO's demands. We do not want to just do things at the behest of NATO. We want to do things that we want to do. That's it. We want to do things that are for Germany's interest, not for America's interest. NATO, the AfD has made this very clear in their policy statements. So the AfD is not pro-Russia at all. If the AfD was pro-Russia, then they would not have approved of increasing Germany's military spending, but they have approved of it. In the past, they have approved of boosting up Germany's military capacity. And there was a speech that Bjorn Holke did a number of years ago in which he said that Germany's military is very weak and is just a slave of the United States, and we don't want that. We want to create a robust powerful, revived German military. This is what Bjorn Holke has said. And Bjorn Holke is a Nazi, which means that he is in line with the foreign policy ideas of the Nazis, which means he is not pro-Russia. You can't be pro-Russia and be a Nazi. Hold on a second. I got some weird comment here. My boyfriend was killed in an avalanche 3 years ago, and everyone says that I should move on with my romantic life, but I can't rest till I recover his blood. Okay. Go away. There's just so many fucking weirdos. This is why you don't want to become a popular streamer, because you get weirdos like that. Anyway. So that's the thing about the AfD. Now, going back to your question here. Are they going to be belligerent against Russia or against NATO? They would be belligerent against both, I think. They're going to focus, if they take full power, they will focus on creating a sphere of power over Europe dominated by Germany. They will pursue nuclear weapons. They will pursue creating a very powerful military, but they will also pursue the idea of a pan-European military force led by Germany. And they will be focusing on doing the policy that are to Germany's interest and not to America's interest. This is not about being pro-Russia. This is about being anti-America and not being a slave of the United States. This is what I would call a German intifada. Germany has been a militarily occupied country since the end of World War II. The AfD wants to end this. From what I understand, from what I've read from their writings, this is what they want. So I believe that if the far right takes full power and they get what they want, they will have a giant German military. They will bring back mandatory conscription if that doesn't happen already. They will create a pan-European military force. They will make alliances with other European countries that are interested in being aligned with the German armed forces. They will more than likely deepen ties with Turkey. Because Turkey, I mean, it's a Muslim country, but still, Turkey is nonetheless a very powerful country that guards the Mediterranean. And it's, like I've said, it controls the access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean, and that's definitely an ally that Germany doesn't want to lose if it wants to project foreign policy. And I think that if the Nazis take over, they're going to try to revive the Reich, and eventually you will have war. They will amp up German militarism. Now, you see German militarism being revived even without the AfD. But what the AfD would bring is a German militarism combined with ultranationalism. Something very close or something very akin to Nazism. Really just Nazism. German Intifada is a great line. I'm glad you like that. It's something I've thought about for a while. Yeah, it's a German Intifada because you have the Israeli occupation over the Palestinians, and then the Palestinians did an Intifada. The Germans have been under a military occupation since the end of World War II. And you have people who are radicals who want to end that. And that's the AfD. Now, it's possible that the AfD will win and then nothing will happen. You know, that's always a possibility. But with the way the world is going, I think the world is going to become stranger and stranger. And the post-World War II world that we've become so accustomed to is going to just continue to break down as we know it. I think it's inevitable that a Hitler will come back. Another Hitler will come back. I think that's inevitable. There will be another Hitler because of the whole refugee crisis and the fact that a lot of Syrians don't want to leave, and the presence of Syrian refugees in Germany is spurring people to become more and more far right and vote for the far right. And so it's not going anywhere. The whole trend of this increase of far right ideology in Germany is only going to get worse and worse. It's only going to get bigger. It's a train that has been set. It's a sailboat that has been set, and the course has been set, and it's not going to get any better. In fact, there was an article that was published recently by the Washington Post. And did the music end? What happened to the music? Oh, the music stopped. Let's play the Medieval 2 Total War soundtrack. So here's an article from the Washington Post and how all these Syrian refugees don't want to leave. And they don't want to leave. They don't. Because guess what? They said, oh, well, Assad is gone, so now's the time to go back to Syria. And I remember hearing that thinking, God, that's not going to happen. People don't want to leave Germany. People don't want to downgrade from First World Germany to Third World war-torn Syria. Just because Assad just ran away doesn't mean they want to go back to Syria. Because now you have tremendous violence going on in Syria. You had the slaughter of the Alawites, slaughter of Christians, by this new government that's ruling Syria, and this is exactly what people predicted was going to happen. People don't want to go back. They don't want to go from Germany back to Syria. The problem is Germany is very resource dependent, and Russia up to this very day, and there's nothing they can do about it for now. So is Turkey, because we provide. That's correct. That's correct, yes. So as long as these Syrian refugees don't want to leave, the far right in Germany has a reason to exist, and people will continue to vote for the far right. Especially when you have, I mean, it's like every Christmas there's a terrorist attack that hits some city in Germany, and it almost always involves somebody driving a car and ramming it into a crowd of people. And every time you have an event like that, far right gets more and more popular. And now with Elon Musk backing the far right in Germany, every time there's a terrorist attack in Germany, Elon Musk just has to go onto X and say, guys, you see what's happening? And boom. And it's just going to continue to increase the support of the AfD. What is the evidence of Christians being targeted? Only hear of Alawites. There's been a couple of articles. As far as the sectarian violence in Syria goes, definitely the biggest victim has been the Alawites. But there have been some cases of Christians being attacked that I have read. Not as much as the Alawites, but it has happened. So it says here that 6,000 Syrians work as doctors in Germany, some way whether to stay or to go. And that's the thing. You have the mainstream parties saying, well, you know, we don't want to just start doing mass deportations and Achtons to round up people out of buildings. That's going to harken back to 1940 something. We don't want that. We don't want that. But the far right in Germany, that's exactly what they're calling for. And the far right in Germany are saying, nah, that's exactly what we want. Alawites also have their own Holy Trinity thing, by the way. I didn't know that about the Alawites. Hi, Ted. Love your work. I really appreciate that, Mr. Hanna. Yeah, the Alawites are a sect of Shiaism, and I mean, they make like 10% of Syria's population. They did have a really powerful presence there until recently, and there's still a lot of them, and they still got a lot of guns. But a sort of mini civil war has erupted in Syria, and this is an opportunity for the external power players to take advantage of chaos. Israel could enter in and say, we're going to protect the Alawites. Israel's already saying that they're going to protect the Druze minority in Syria. And then also Turkey can come in and say, well, we can be a massive stabilizing force, and the Russians can say the same thing. But eventually there's going to be a clash, and the rival powers are going to fight each other. I think the Turks and the Russians are going to clash. I think the Israelis and the Turks are going to clash eventually. But it says here, you know, talks about all these Syrian doctors living in Germany, and, you know, how they just don't want to leave. And it's like, well, of course you don't want to leave. Syria is a shithole. Why would you want to go back? But the thing is, though, is there's a lot of people in Germany who are saying you got to go back. You know, same, plain and simple. You got to go back. So it says here that amid rising calls in Germany for Syrians to return home after the fall of Bashar al-Assad, one group of professionals is being encouraged to stay, doctors. Germany opened its doors a decade ago to nearly 1 million Syrians, taking in more than any other country in Europe. Today, some 6,000 Syrian doctors make up the single largest group of foreign-born physicians, filling vital gaps in care at hospitals and clinics from the Alps to the Baltic Sea. That is especially true in rural areas where attracting doctors can be hard. But even in big cities, Syrian doctors now make up the majority of attending physicians at some medical practices. Holy damn, that is amazing. So there's some areas of Germany where the majority of the doctors are straight up Syrians. That's amazing. The thing is, as I was thinking about it, Russia may not come to protect the Syrians from Takfiris. We came around to remove ISIS. Now that it's gone, we may not need to intervene. That's also true. That's also true. So, but I'm just saying that this is, you know, anytime there's chaos and you have external powers that are interested in the country where the chaos is taking place, that is an opportunity for them to further entrench their power in that country. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking from a purely Machiavellian point of view, but it says here, whole areas in the health sector would fall away if all the Syrians who work here now were to leave our country, Interior Minister Nancy Faeser said. In interviews with the Washington Post, 4 Syrian doctors said they shared the adrenaline rush experienced by many of their countrymen on the December night that Assad fled. They danced for joy in their homes and made homemade Syrian flags to wave alongside. Yeah, that's a big mistake. That's a big-ass mistake. If you're in a country where a lot of people hate you, don't start flaunting your... the nationalism of your homeland. And then people just are going to look at you and say, you're not, what's the word? They're going to say, you're not grateful to us for opening the doors for you. You know, go back to your country if you are so happy that your country has been liberated from this tyrant. Syrians are a very educated lot. Before the war, they were heavy into attaining a degree. That's correct. Yep. So it says here that in interviews with the Washington Post, I already read that, but they were quickly gripped by conflicting sentiments. Syria, where over half the hospitals are now non-functional, and even more are facing the threat of closure due to funding shortfalls, desperately need them. For many of them, though, even with all the anti-migrant sentiment, Germany has begun to feel like home. They don't want to go back to Syria. And as soon as I read this line, but they were quickly gripped by conflicting sentiments. Yeah, let me guess. You don't want to go back because Syria is still a violent country. That's right. Exactly. They now face a painful dilemma to stay or to go. So here's one doctor here. I mean, this dude could easily pass as a German. Let's be real here. This guy could just say that he's a German. I mean, maybe they can detect over there. Maybe they're like how the Japanese can, you know, detect the Chinaman from a million miles away. Maybe they're at that level in Germany. I don't know, but it says here that Ibrahim Musawil, 30 years old, vividly recalls the day he left his hometown of Hama in 2020. Blah blah blah. So I'm trying to look for certain things here. Hold on. Blah blah blah. The co-leader of the Alternative for Germany party, which placed second in last month's election, recently said all Syrians who had celebrated Assad's fall should go home. Such calls are often followed by more nuance. They are good Syrians and bad Syrians. The good ones, like doctors, should stay. So the AfD is making a moderate approach. But I think that if you have a party that goes full Nazi and it has full power, I don't think it's going to end well for people. As doctors were a little safer because the German healthcare system needs us, she said. But she added, if my family and friends aren't allowed to stay, then I don't want to either. So there you go. These people don't want to leave, and not surprised. Not surprised at all. They don't want to leave. Where are they going to go? All around World War I, Syria welcomed many Polish refugees. That's amazing. I didn't know that. I'm here for what did I miss? Just me jabbering for hours. Many Syrians have blonde brown hair and blue-green eyes, can pass for white. Yup, that's correct. Look at Bashar al-Assad, perfect example. I'm just checking the articles that I got here. I need to get some tea. Ugh, I don't want to take too much caffeine, buddy. Too much caffeine. I had some coffee earlier. All right. I don't have any more articles to talk about, so I'll just chill with you guys for a bit. One second. I'll get something. Hold on. My mouth is kind of dry. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me increase the volume of the music. To answer your question, Yawn, I have looked through RT today. I didn't find that much interesting stuff. I did look through New York Times and Washington Post and Haaretz. So yeah. All right, guys, I'm back. I have some chamomile tea here. And I got some music playing in the background, which is very nice. Eating strawberry shortcake, awesome. Ted, I sent you a couple of interesting headlines. Oh, really? I'll check them out. Hold on. Trump urges Putin to spare the lives of Ukrainian troops. Awesome. New post-Assad Syrian constitution enshrines Islamic Sharia law. Islamic jurisprudence shall be the main source of legislation. Well, that's terrible. Yeah, Syria is really screwed. Really screwed. And you know, I mean, at the bottom of this all, the thing that is really responsible for all this mess is the Islamic religion. It's the truth. People talk about the US, NATO, Turkey. Yes, all these countries take advantage of the religious squabbles, the religious divisions between Syrians. But at the end of the day, the problem is the Islamic religion. That's it. That's the problem. How is the gout? Dude, the gout's fine. Yeah, always in pain. Yeah, it's doing fine. Everything's fine. Tucker just got USS Liberty pilled. That's how it begins. You know, people start talking about USS Liberty, and pretty soon Holocaust denial. I mean, I think he's already gone. He's going down the road. All right, and the fact that he's so popular is quite telling. But I remember last year, Tucker Carlson brought in some historian who was saying, "Oh well, you know, when the Germans took all these Slavic people hostage, they didn't know what to do with them, so they just killed them all." But that really wasn't their intention. And right when I saw that, I said, "Okay, I know where Tucker Carlson is going. It's very obvious." And he brings up the USS Liberty, and before you know it, he's just going to start denying the Holocaust. And if that happens, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I won't be surprised at all. And I think that the popularity of people like Tucker Carlson is just a sign of the path that we are heading towards, and that is one of a multipolar world. But not only that, we're also heading down a road of nationalism, and we're entering a road, or we are going down a road, where things like Nazism and Holocaust denial are going to become more and more prevalent. And that's just, it's a scary reality. But as every year goes by, this becomes truer and truer and truer. And I've said this before, but I'll say this again. You know, every year I have this little bit of doubt within myself. I say, well, you know, am I right? Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps I'm over-exaggerating. But every year that goes by, every year that transpires, things happen that confirm my suspicion. And now we've come to the point where Asmongold is warning people about the revival of Nazism, because even he himself sees it. Quite surreal. Armenia is definitely screwed. Absolutely. Hello, Theo. Hello, Falco Vaughn. Chamomile. Yeah, chamomile's great. It's not tea. It's an infusion. Tea requires actual tea leaves. That's correct. Yep, that's correct. Well, I mean, there's herbal tea, and then there's real tea. And real tea is caffeinated leaves. And that's what they are. You saying that Tucker did not know? No, he's absolutely known about this. He's absolutely known about the USS Liberty, but now he's talking about it. I think Tucker Carlson has already gone down that road. of being radicalized. And I think he's just only going to further and further express that radicalism. And I think as the years go by, he's going to find more and more people willing to follow his sentiments. Coffee is just bean tea. Kind of, sort of. I don't think coffee is in the legume family, is it? I could be wrong. I don't know. Look what Musk reposted hours ago. I'll check it out. Hold on. Let's check it out. X. Let's go to X. Elon Musk. You said hours ago? Okay, hold on. Let's check it out. $16 hours ago. Which post am I looking for here? Check the news on it? Okay, hold on. New York Times just reported this 2 hours ago. Elon Musk shared, then removed a post absolving dictators for genocide. The post falsely... What did I just say? I said every year shit happens that confirms my suspicion. It's just... Okay, let's read this together. We're going to read this. We're going to read this, guys. We're going to read this. Here we go. Elon Musk shared, then removed a post absolving dictators for genocide. The post falsely claimed that Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and Mao Zedong were not responsible for the murders of millions of people, rather public sector workers were. What the fuck? Early on Friday, Elon Musk shared a post written by an ex-user about the actions of three 20th century dictators, then quickly deleted it after it sparked a backlash. The post falsely claimed that Joseph Stalin, the communist leader of the Soviet Union, Adolf Hitler, the leader of the Nazi Party, Mao Zedong, the founder of the People's Republic of China, didn't cause the deaths of millions of people under their watch. Instead, the post said their public sector workers did. Well, that's right there in line with typical Holocaust denial sentiment, that it wasn't really Hitler, it was some other people that did it. Okay, so I want to see the post itself, though. I want to see the post itself. Can I see the post itself? Is that possible? Oh, I found it. Here it is. Yeah, it was deleted on Twitter. That's why you can't find it. Here it is, though. Stalin, Mao, and Hitler didn't murder millions of people. Their public sector workers did. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. The gaslighting that's going to go on for this one is going to be absolutely of epic proportions. They're going to say he's not denying the Holocaust. No. He's saying that he's not saying that Hitler was great. He's saying that the people who actually carried out the actual killing, the people who actually pulled the trigger, were the workers, the public sector workers. It wasn't Hitler. That's the argument he's going to say. But we can read between the lines. Well, Hitler didn't murder those people. It was actually just employees. Well, it's true, right? I mean, Hitler actually didn't personally kill anyone. And then we're going to enter the whole Charlie Manson defense argument that, well, Charlie Manson actually didn't personally kill those people. He simply told his cult leaders to kill them. So he's not really the murderer. Right? These are all the Charlie Manson fanboys. This is what they always argue on the internet. And there's no point in really reasoning with them because, as Edwin Weber says, if you order murders to happen, you're a murderer. Plain and simple. You are responsible. If you are a cult leader and you have this undue influence over your subjects, your followers, and you tell them to go kill people, and you know damn well they're going to do it because they listen to everything that you say, then you are responsible. You abused your power. So this is what's going to happen, right? And they're going to say, well, Elon Musk actually didn't say that Hitler wasn't a murderer. Elon Musk simply said that it was the SS guys who carried out the killings. It wasn't Hitler personally, blah, blah, blah. And then this whole thing could spark a whole, a whole Pandora's box where people are going to say, well, Hitler actually didn't really kill those people. I mean, Hitler actually wasn't that bad. It was more, there were people who kind of just went rogue and did those killings, and then in fact, the people when the people actually killed them, that really wasn't their intention. It actually was. It was just something they felt like they had to do because they had all these Slavic people to take care of, and they just didn't know what to do with them, so they just killed them. But that wasn't their intention. And then we're gonna go down the whole road. The whole process of Holocaust denial and ultimate just Nazism, really. Holocaust denial is, how do I say this in a proper way? Holocaust denial is downstream from explicit Nazism. But let's see what people on X are saying about this. Let's see what they're saying. What is this? What is this girl saying? I've seen this girl before. She's some German AfD nationalist lady. What's this girl saying?
Kamala Harris is a controlled puppet who is manipulated by a grand establishment power complex, whereas Donald Trump is an independent representative.
Oh, the typical rhetoric. She's a German Lauren Southern. Oh, let's put my music back on, sorry. What are people on X saying? So a lot of people are upset with Elon Musk, apparently. I'm seeing the comments. This guy says, F Elon. What the hell is wrong with you? Disgusting defense of Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. See, this is exactly what I've been trying to tell you guys, is if Elon Musk takes full power, we're all dead. They'll put people in camps, kill people. They'll kill people by the millions, do human experimentations on people. And you know damn well that if Elon Musk took full power, he would not hesitate to try to do human experiments on people. And they're going to be injecting people with all sorts of different microchips and testing them out, because Elon Musk's whole aspiration is to have a world where we'll be able to download our memories into other people's brains, like in that movie Get Out. And you know damn well he's going to be doing experiments with that if he takes full power, and it'll be very ugly. Very ugly. But technicality does not deny the fact of the guy on top being responsible for someone pulling the trigger. Yep. How is Musk even still there after the salute? That's a very good question, and I think the answer to that is I think the answer to that is that the problem is there are too many Americans who make excuses for their cults of personality. Simple as that. Same reason why you have Catholic priests who do all sorts of terrible things and they're still priests. Same reason why the Vatican will transfer pedophile and predator priests to other churches, and people don't get upset enough about that. It's the same reason why people will defend Pope Benedict, even though Pope Benedict covered up for confirmed pedophiles. It's the same reason why when you tell a bunch of people in a Catholic church that their priest is a sexual predator, they will defend the sexual predator and throw you out of the church. I know this from experience. It's because people will actually go through hoops. They will go through all sorts of word Olympics. They will go through, what's the term? They will go through just word salads to defend their cults of personality. It's really that simple. They will equivocate, they will gaslight, they will lie to get people to not see the evils of their cults of personality. It's like that guy, Walter Smith, who for the life of me, I don't know why he's popular. I don't. And I'm not saying this out of jealousy. I'm not. I'm just saying this strictly from just a mere observation. I don't understand why Walter Smith just blew up the way he did. He's not interesting at all, and he is just a gaslighter. And he was on the Joe Rogan Experience talking about Elon Musk's little Nazi gesture, and Walter Smith said, people didn't really see a Nazi salute. They want to see a Nazi salute. They're only seeing what they want to see. And that is just pure dishonesty. Pure dishonesty at the highest level. Pure dishonesty in its purest form. And it's just gaslighting, and it's equivocation, and it's bullshit. It's called lying. That's a lie. People saw what they saw. Warren Smith. Yeah, that's the right name. Yeah, not Walter. But yeah, Warren Smith. He sat there saying, people didn't really see a Nazi salute. They just want to see a Nazi salute. And that's what these people do. So, and that's the reason why Elon Musk is still there. It's because people like Warren Smith, and the fact that there are too many Americans like that. They will just say anything to defend their cult of personality. And they don't want to see truth. They don't want to see reality. They just want to see what they want to see. In fact, Warren Smith is guilty of what he accuses us of. He says that we say that it's a Nazi salute because we want it to be a Nazi salute. The fact is that he doesn't want it to be a Nazi salute, and so he says it's not a Nazi salute. So he is the one who is only trying to see what he wants to see. I think it's just an example of projection, and that's that. The guy does the Nazi salute. He backs the most popular far-right party in Germany. He backs a party that has for its leader Bjorn Holke, who has praised the Third Reich, who has expressed his spite towards Holocaust memorials. And then you see Elon Musk sharing a post on X that says that Hitler actually didn't kill those people. I mean, what more evidence do people need to know that this guy is a Nazi? He's a Nazi. Plain and simple. The joke is that it's a Bellamy salute. What's a Bellamy salute? I don't even know. Is that some like weird internet anime shit? Bellamy? What is that? Oh, what a bunch of horse shit. Yeah, they're a bullshit argument. That's a bullshit argument because even the Americans used to do that sort of salute to the American flag, and then when the Nazis did it, the Americans said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. So even the Americans in those days knew that the salute would be problematic if they continued to use it. Anyone who does that salute knows exactly what they're doing, and anyone who denies this knows that they're dishonest. Romans salute my butt. Yeah, it's a bunch of horse shit. Complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. They're saying we got to protect Rocket Man and Emperor Trump at all costs. Exactly. It reminds me of what happened with NASA. You know, NASA hired that Nazi, what's his name? Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi. Guy was a mass murderer, slave owner who killed a whole bunch of people by working them to death and also having workers murdered if they couldn't work hard enough. And then he got a nice, comfortable job at NASA. And he became very popular. And then all of a sudden, the people at NASA defended him. You had NASA employees saying this was one of our best employees ever, and he was so great, and all this. And yeah, but the guy's a murderer. So why are you defending a murderer? But the guy's a murderer. That's it. He's a mass murderer. Werner von Braun was a mass murderer. Why are you defending a mass murderer? Because he's a white guy in a suit who's clean cut? Oh, because he's on Team NASA. So you have to defend anything and anyone that's on Team NASA. That's your tribe, right? That's your cult of personality. You worship NASA. So NASA is your god. You will forfeit all principles. You will throw all morals out the window for NASA. So NASA is your god. And that's the thing with people. People will always defend their cult of personality. Always. Always. I hate when people sabotage shit and use it for evil. Nobody talks about how Musk brought himself a co-president position. I don't know. So they still do the pledge in the elementary school? I think so. I don't know. I haven't been to a public school in a long ass time. I don't even know if they're still doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not sure. I haven't been into a public education campus for since 2008. Elon has eyes for Mars. Yeah, it's like Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun wanted to go up to Mars as well. I think Musk is a huge fan of his. But hey, he's autistic. You know, it's either he's the most brilliant man in the world or he's retarded. Which one is it? You can't have both. And yep, and here is another thing that I remember reading about, but I never mentioned on a video, but I'll show it to you guys now. This is the historian, the so-called historian that Tucker Carlson brought over, and this is why I'm saying that Carlson is already he's already radicalized. He's just showing himself gradually. And look what it says here. So the guy who Tucker Carlson invited over to talk about the Holocaust, he calls himself Martyr Made. He's got some podcasts that's supposedly very popular, and he says here, this is the so-called historian that Carlson invited over to his show. He said this may be putting it too crudely for some, but the picture on the left was infinitely preferable in virtually every way than the one on the right. And of course it has the woke stuff, and this is what I'm talking about, the anti-woke stuff. The anti-woke stuff is used to prop up Nazism. That's what it's used for. They use wokeism to literally justify Nazism, and you're seeing it right here in plain sight. Exactly what I've been telling you guys. And he says, oh look, Nazis here, ugly woke people here on the right. Which one do you prefer, guys? See, Nazis, and this is all a way, this whole dichotomy stuff, it's all a way to get people to pick an evil. That's what it is. So you pick the Nazis because you prefer them over the woke. So now you give some legitimacy to the Nazis, and that's what this is about really at the end of the day. So Tucker Carlson brings this guy over, and this guy says here that this is the guy Tucker Carlson praised as the best and most honest historian in the U.S. Elon Musk calls him very interesting and worth watching. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys about the revival of Nazism. It's a very real thing. You just have to open up your eyes and you'll see it. Daryl Cooper was on Joe Rogan yesterday or 2 days ago. I'm about 2/3 done with the video. Daryl Cooper. Is that the guy that calls himself Martyr Made? Yep, that's the guy. Yeah, that's the same guy. Yeah. And so Joe Rogan now has him on. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that the biggest personalities in media right now, or or at least a good chunk of the biggest media personalities right now, are flirting with nationalism or some kind of isolationism, anti-NATO sentiment, or in some cases just straight up Nazism. Isn't that amazing that that's happening? I wonder why that's happening. It's because it's the zeitgeist that we're living in. The zeitgeist that we are living in and getting deeper into is one of nationalism, multipolarity, isolationism, Euroscepticism, anti-NATO sentiment, and Nazism. Sadly enough, but that's what we're entering into. By the way, what happened to the binder Trump gave to his loyal influencers containing Epstein's documents? I have no clue. I don't really give a shit about that stuff, I'll be honest with you, because it's all bullshit. I'm not saying Epstein is innocent. Obviously, he's not. But all this talk about Epstein and all this stuff, I think it's just... I honestly think it's just one big-ass psyop, guys. I hate to say it, but I think it's what it is. I don't like Epstein. I think the guy should be punished severely for what he did. But all of the talk, I'm not talking about Epstein, I'm talking about the talk, all of the talk, the conversation, all the hype about Epstein is, I think, one giant psyop. I think that's what it is. And everyone's just, Epstein, Epstein. Why don't they give us the files? Because if they gave you the files, then they would expose themselves. And the whole aura about the Epstein conspiracy would kind of fizzle out because, hey, we got the answers. So all of the suspense, all of the intrigue wouldn't be there. By the way, what happened to the bind? I read that. I've seen a vid made by Trent Horn a while back talking about Holocaust denialism involving Gerald Cooper. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Trent Horn. I think you're right. I think I did see something about that. Let me see here. The thing is that Piers Morgan invited Cooper to debate a prestigious historian on the Holocaust, and Cooper refused to come. He didn't want to debate the guy. I wonder why. Because he would lose. That's why. I can't find it. Trent Horn and Cooper. Tucker Carlson. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, Roger Stone. I don't know. Potassium chloride slash its power and influx has been a lifesaver for me and my muscle spasms. If you get Charlie horse cramps at night, get yourself some potassium. Good to know. Good to know. Appreciate that. And I appreciate the tea you gave me. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Yeah, it's just the world we're entering. It is. We're entering that realm. People don't realize it, but we're really going through a process of disconnecting ourselves from the World War II history. We're disconnecting ourselves from the proximity we're disconnecting ourselves from the history. I'll just put it that. It's very, very plain. And that's what's happening. We are disconnecting ourselves from that history. That's what's happening. So, as we disconnect ourselves from that history, we begin to adopt views that go contrary to the historical narrative. And then we start saying that Hitler actually was okay. And that's the problem. Big hugs to you, Ted. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Yeah, we're on that cycle, you know, where we return to history, and it's not good. It's not good, to say the least. Every year that goes by, I say, okay, the guy who invented email, V.A. Shiva, talks a lot about the psyops involved with control systems engineering. Do you have any opinion about the guy? I've never heard of this until now. Let me check it out. Shiva Ayadurai. He talks about psyops. I think all the hype about the talk about Epstein, just for years of just talking about Epstein, I think a lot of it is just a giant psyop. I think it is. Like, let's just blame Epstein. Maybe other people weren't involved. Shiva Ayadurai, anti-vaccine activist. Oh boy. Of course, an Indian guy is going to be promoting right-wing nationalism. Doesn't really surprise me. There's a lot of Hindus who back this sort of thing. How come everyone that I see who grows a popular movement online is supporting something evil? They're either supporting some weird leftist shit, or they're supporting eugenics or some crazy far-right nationalism. It just never fails. Every single time I see somebody who becomes super popular, they're always supporting something evil. And it literally never fails. He says he is low-caste. He hates Vivek with a passion. Okay, but I don't know. I have to look more into him. Well, I'll have to look more into them. It's a fun rabbit hole. When I listen to him, it's hard for me not to disagree. Just like when I listen to you, it's hard for me to disagree. I'll take my time with that. I'll check it out. I appreciate that. People want to know his client list. Exactly. Exactly right. Yeah. Just spilled some of this stuff. Magnesium is super important. I agree with you. Very important. All right, guys. I think I'm done. I've talked a lot, and I started late because I had a whole bunch of stuff I had to do before. They are meant to make us here, not there. Yeah. So there's something to be said about that. But I really appreciate you guys. We had a very, very fun stream today, even though it was a little bit shorter than usual. Almost 5 hours. I think it's pretty good. Let me see here. Like all gossip, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of any of these people. I'm not a huge fan of Tucker Carlson, or... I think they're all wackos. I think they're evil. One more thumbs up for 20. I appreciate that. Shatter the Swarm. How the Few Control the Many. This is the title. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Anyway, appreciate that, Alexis Corral. Do you guys feel like life after the lockdowns didn't go back to pre-20? I 100% agree. Yeah, it never went back to the vibes. You know, ever since that, 2020 created a new vibe, and then Russia invaded Ukraine, and that created also a new vibe. And that vibe was one of multipolarity, and this is yeah, we just never returned. Appreciate that, Jacob Glowsticks. Have a great weekend, Gypsy. Appreciate that, Sweet Body Fit. Awesome stuff. Probably text you with something stupid. No problem, sir. No worries at all. They don't bother me. We're good to go. Actually, I need to send you something. I need to send you some cigars. Keep pumping. Appreciate that. We heard some Theo. You guys did. Absolutely. Have a great weekend. Absolutely, Monkey Brain. Absolutely. Take care of your mental health. I appreciate that, Falco. God bless everyone. See you later. Falco, Short Feral, Monkey Brain, Jacob Glowsticks, Sweet Body Fix, Gypsy Bird, Falco, Vaughn, Alexis Corral, Mr. Russian, Nastia, Yawn, Nahum, SMY, and everyone else. God bless you guys. We had a great stream. Edwin Weber. We had a great stream, and we'll have fun, and I'll see you guys soon. God bless you guys. You guys just heard some Theo Logi. God bless. I'll see you later. Short.